What do you think of it? Quite the color, And just like that, you're overwhelmed again. Let us finish this.
Indeed.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Well, that's a shame. That's enough. You don't know when to give up.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
That won't work. Oh, very well then. What more grief? Load.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Well, that's a shame. You
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Is anyone out there?
Shall we strike? Zamasu?
My savior.
Of course, Zamasu.
Flying Nimbus!
Fuck's nobody say that guy.
Shall we strike? Zamasu?
Lifespan.
Stick on.
Of course.
Stick on.
Zamasu.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. It's heartbreaking to see a world so scarred.
I won't hold back.
Good riddance.
Oh man. Bastard!
Fucking gosh, bro.
For your time alive, for it is all too limited.
What?
This guy better revive me.
Greetings. Good riddance.
The other guy got KO'd. No one saved his ass.
Shall we strike? Zamasu?
Of
I owe you one.
sustain the majesty by eliminating
He still have to find that E key.
I will the original splendor of creation.
An ally needs your help.
I
Don't
expected
know what
no
danger awaits. Think before rushing in. That's a new power key. Place it now.
My savior.
Shall we strike? Zamasu?
Flying Nimbus!
Of course.
Zamasu.
Gods gave you minds capable of true wisdom, yet you wasted self-hatred.
What do you think of it? Quite the color, hmm? I sent you a super transfer. Use it to hold the enemy back.
Stay banana level 3.
I will finish you off nice and slowly. Get on, you filth! Pitiful.
Flying
Such
Nimbus!
is the way of human pests. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Ally down. If you
Is this guy
intend to
getting
rescue
KO'd,
them,
man?
watch out for enemies. And just like that. Overwhelming.
This damn key.
Seems you're not done after all.
You have my thanks.
There's only 4 of us left.
And just like that, you're overwhelmed again. Great! You know what to do with that key.
It's tough to find a key.
What do you think of it? Quite the color, hmm? You filth. Pitiful. Such is the way of human pests. I will finish you off nice and slowly.
Good job, Zamasu.
Oh, you don't understand. Your time is already at an end. I will finish you off nice and slowly. And just like that, you're overwhelmed again. You this is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now. What do you think of it? Quite the color, hmm? Let us finish this.
Indeed.
I'm trying to save that guy.
Mortals have limited lifespan.
If he dies, the escape time machine will come.
I suggest you not dawdle.
And just like that,
Mortals have
you're overwhelmed again. The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon
I
where the
found
line
you.
is. Do you see it? Head that way fast.
Let the eradication begin.
An ally needs your help. Don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Hit each other.
just like that, you're overwhelmed again. And just like that, you're overwhelmed again.
Yeah, he knew I was coming here.
Pitiful. Such is the
Alright,
way
man,
of
just get me.
human pests. Stay calm. Stay calm.
The next.
The Dragon Ball Superhero arc takes place after the events of the Granola arc. Following the battles on planet Cereal and the startling reveal of Black Frieza, Goku and Vegeta, aware of having fallen behind to the Galactic Tyrant, continue their training on Beerus's planet. Meanwhile on Earth, Trunks and Goten, now teenagers, take on the role of local superheroes known as Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2. The pair encounter a couple of criminals who try and take them out, but naturally our heroes make short work of them, and the local police come to finish up the rest. Shortly after, Trunks tells Goten how well their heroics went, to which Goten agrees, then stating how awesome their poses were, just like Clean God himself, a video game character who the boys took loads of inspiration from. Just then, Goten's phone sends him an alert for another theft, only to discover it was a cyber threat, which disappoints Trunks as he wanted to beat up some more robbers. Goten then gets a video call from Chi-Chi, who yells at him to return home as she has no idea where he's been the entire time, revealing that the duo's superhero exploits were a secret to their families. As Goten rushes to remove his heroic gear, Trunks acknowledges that their transformation sequences aren't cool enough and wishes they had special transformation watches similar to Gohan's in the past. Trunks then gets the idea to ask Pilaf to create it for them, which catches Goten's attention. Trunks inquires for Goten's superhero costume, and doing so, Goten then takes off on the flying Nimbus to head home. Soon after, Trunks lands in an alleyway and wonders if he should change his outfit there or go home in his superhero outfit, as he doesn't want to risk any civilians knowing his secret identity. Trunks is then surprised to spot his grandparents at a nearby flower shop and quickly puts his helmet on to avoid detection. Dr. Brief, however, spots him and questions if he's one of the mighty superheroes that's been making waves in the town recently. Trunks then introduces himself as the hero Saiyaman X1. Dr. Brief's pet dinosaur recognizes Trunks and goes running toward him. Brief notes that their pet dino usually doesn't bond with anyone other than family, to which Trunks replies that superheroes are loved by all. He orders Dino to sit as to not blow his cover and flies away. Brief then noting that the number of youngsters learning to fly has increased quite dramatically. Brief's wife then walks toward him after buying flowers. Brief tells her that the superhero's voice sounded very familiar to him, but changing the subject, his wife tells him to help choose which flowers are nicer, as she plans to gift them to Pan for starting kindergarten recently. Dr. Brief, however, thinks to gift Pan a fancy airplane instead, since the last time he saw her, she was upset that she couldn't fly like Piccolo and the others. Suddenly, Dino notices something in the distance and starts growling, revealing it to be Capsule Corps helper bots running away from something. Dr. Brief wonders what's gotten into them, to which his wife inquires the same. He's then surprised, grabbing the attention of his wife, who sees a zombie and screams in fear. The next day at Capsule Corps, Trunks visits Pilaf and questions him about the wristwatches. Pilaf tells Trunks that his is ready now, and Goten's will be done the next day. In return of keeping his heroism a secret, Pilaf tells Trunks not to tell Bulma that he's been stealing the Dragon Balls. Trunks agrees and reminds him about his part of the deal, to which Pilaf says that he hasn't even told Shu or Mai about their heroic activities. Suddenly, Bulma interrupts from behind and inquires why they're being so secretive. Trunks manages to avoid the question, and Bulma tells him to get to school as he's running behind. Before he leaves though, Trunks sees Mai lifting a heavy box and stops to help her, as he still has a crush on her. Shu tells Trunks to help him lift the boxes too, but Trunks ignores him and tells Mai that he needs to talk to her when he gets home, and leaves blushing, which Bulma notices. Bulma then confronts Pilaf, telling him that the security cameras caught him stealing the Dragon Balls from her room. She demands him to return them immediately, to which Pilaf agrees. Later, Trunks arrives at Blue Hall High School and sneaks into his classroom from the window. However, his teacher spots him and gives him a tardy slip for being late. As the class session continues, Trunks' friend Compass questions why he's been late, to which Trunks replies that he's been busy with some after-school work. Compass assumes it's related to Capsule Corps since Trunks is destined to become the next next president of the corporation, but Trunks lets him know that he doesn't want to run a company and needs more excitement in his life. Sometime after class, Trunks' friends Scale and Rula take him up on his comment, inviting him to Mount Butterfly with them as a dare since the school hockey players reported sightings of ghosts there. Trunks backs out saying it's too silly for him, but in reality, he's afraid of ghosts and ghouls. After school, Trunks invites Goten to come over and play the Clean God video game. Trunks states that playing games are great and all, but he'd much rather be kicking butt in real life with criminals, to which Goten responds that he's excited to get his transformation watch. Trunks tells him that he gave his own watch a test run already, but rather than fight crime, he flew to the movie theater to buy 2 tickets to the Clean God movie. Goten thinks that one of the tickets are for him, but Trunks tells him that he wants to go with Mai instead, surprising his friend. Trunks makes his way to the Capsule Corps lab and questions if Mai can go to the movies with him on Saturday, but she rejects it, as everyone in the lab is busy fixing the helper robots. Trunks questions why so many robots suddenly need fixing, to which Shu tells him that word around town is the robots became disobedient and ran away from their owners' houses. Pilaf believes that this is no malfunction though, as it must have been caused by someone tampering with the robots. Trunks then inquires if Mai will get the Saturday off if he resolves the issue himself, to which Pilaf confirms, prompting Trunks to rush back to Goten, and the two prepare for a new mission. Night falls, and as the boys traverse the city streets, they don't see anything suspicious in the area. Goten mentions that there have been reports of ghost sightings though, to which Trunks shivers in fear, prompting Goten to question if he's scared of ghosts. Trunks states that as the son of a scientist, he doesn't believe that ghosts are real, to which Goten reminds him that both Goku and Vegeta both died before and came back as ghosts to the real world. Trunks says that's not the same thing, and suddenly bumps into a stranger. He looks up and notices that he has a face of a zombie and squeals, running past Goten and hitting his watch on a nearby light pole. Goten notices the zombie-faced man using the click of a button on a remote of his, which causes a nearby helper robot to malfunction and take off on its own. Trunks then says that the man was probably wearing a mask to scare people, and suddenly a car passes by the boys with bright lights, blinding them. They suspect the culprit is inside the car and decide to follow it, leading them to the mansion rumored on Mount Butterfly, where ghosts are supposedly sighted the most. Trunks is scared and wants to come back at daylight, but Goten wants to continue, reminding Trunks that solving this case would allow Mai to go on a movie date with him, motivating Trunks to overcome his fear and get ready for action. Trunks and Goten sneak up and look through a window of the mansion, and to their surprise, find out that the Capsule Corps helper bots were reprogrammed to work in the factory they're now witnessing, making sushi as it was apparently popular in the West Capital recently. Suddenly, another zombie-like stranger notices intruders and stomps toward Goten and Trunks, but he actually spotted Trunks' friends instead, as they decided to go through with their dare and visit the location themselves. The stranger chokes Compass, threatening to beat him, and Trunks tells Goten to wait outside as he transforms into Saiyaman X1 and goes inside to save everyone. Trunks arrives in the nick of time to save Compass as he knocks him out of the zombie's hand. Much to everyone's surprise, another zombie dressed in football gear questions who the hero is, to which Trunks' friend Scale interrupts his introduction, exclaiming he's a major fan. The rest of the zombies then gang up on Trunks as they don't want any witnesses to their location, but he easily sends them flying with a barrage of quick attacks. Trunks hits the leader of the bunch with an upcycle punch, but it has no effect. The zombie then stating that he was built different than the others, and that he could withstand the impact of punches like those all day long. Undeterred, Trunks then gears up to try out another one of his finishing moves, but his watch malfunctions, revealing his identity to all his friends. Goten, thinking quick on his feet, destroys the lights in the building and takes Trunks' schoolmates to safety, leaving Trunks behind in all the confusion. Goten introduces himself and tells the group that the ghost made them all hallucinate, and having seen Trunks as a Saiyaman, the group believed the story. Upon realizing amongst themselves that the mansion was really haunted though, they all take off, screaming into the night. Back at the factory, surrounded by darkness, Trunks transforms into a Super Saiyan to light up the room, and redons his costume as Saiyaman X1. He then charges up his special move and lands a devastating blow to the zombie's face, quickly defeating him. Goten then appears and restores the lights, stating that Trunks really did a number on the zombies. Trunks then inquires about his friends, to which Goten tells him that it's all taken care of, as they took the bait with his illusion story. Trunks looks around the factory for any clues surrounding the helper bots mystery, as he can't question the zombies since he knocked them all out. He then finds a safe nearby, and in it is a disc titled Dr. Gero. The boys are confused on what this is, but Trunks takes it with him, stating that he'll check it out once he gets home. Soon after,
Alright, guys, if
Krillin then arrives on the
Just
scene in his police attire and spots Goten and Trunks. When questioned on why he's in the area, Krillin states that he got a report from a nearby resident who said they'd seen corpses moving around in the area as they were stolen from the morgue. Trunks is shocked by this as he realizes the zombies he fought were actually reanimated corpses and screams, much to Krillin's surprise. Time passes, and a short man in a lab coat returns to the factory at Mount Butterfly, noticing the wreck and downfall of his reanimated soldiers. The leader, now known as Alpha Number 12, explains the situation, stating that they were beaten by a kid from a high school and gives the scientist-looking individual Trunks' school badge. Surprised that all of his
Level
creations
77
were
Majin
beaten,
Buu.
the scientist is distraught to see that the disc titled Dr. Gero is missing from his safe, stating that it's the only copy in the world. He also acknowledges that his base of operations is now ruined, forcing him to resort to other forms of work in order to procure enough money for his research. The next day, Trunks goes to the lab to ask Mai out once again, but this time,
I don't know, this level 456 and 26 better do something.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
You be careful too, okay?
You have my thanks.
The room's over here.
You found a power key. Go slot it. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Ain't nobody coming in this game.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Flying Nimbus!
Should head to E. tired, bro. I need to sleep.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Oh, that's game.
You're my savior.
Flying Nimbus!
Thanks.
Seriously?
Flying Nimbus!
Let me on.
Wait, I can save you, homie.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key.
Damn, we lost 3 players. Got 5 out of 7. We have no level 3s though. Shit. Yeah, he saw me.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
I'm going to turn you into candy too!
The startup system for the super time machine.
Yeah.
Oh no. You're good to go.
I owe you one. Flying Nimbus!
Oh man.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system is
We
under
lost. There's
attack.
nothing we can do.
Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Pilaf and the others are even busier, the leader telling Trunks that a lot of severely broken helper bots were collected from Mount Butterfly. Realizing he was the one who destroyed the helper bots in the battle to defeat the undead, Trunks yells in frustration, confusing Mai. A few days later, Trunks attempts to access the mysterious disk on his computer, but can't get through the security system. He then decides to use his mom's computer as it might be more effective, and manages to access it, now able to view the data for Cell, although he's not entirely sure what it is. Soon after, the computer beeps and unleashes a virus loaded on the disk by the scientists to protect the data. Trunks attempts to remove the disk and try to save the laptop, but fails as Bulma storms in his room, scolding her son for breaking yet another one of her personal belongings. Trunks' little sister Bola, however, approaches the laptop and manages to fix it instantaneously, shocking Trunks. Bulma then tells Trunks that she's got a special job for him, and we see Mai in a uniform, now enrolled in school. To avoid suspicion given her childish appearance, the two head off and arrive at school, where Mai is introduced to the class, some students in agreement that she seemed very mature and beautiful. She sits next to Trunks, where a few students question her about her living situation at Capsule Corps, to which she responds she lives there as an employee while attending school. Trunks' friend Scale then questions whether Mai has a boyfriend or not, to which Trunks cuts in, abruptly telling him that she doesn't. Just then, another student is introduced to the class, announcing his name is Beta, and Trunks' friend Rula cuts in to help him to get up to speed in class, as she finds him attractive. As the two begin talking, Mai takes an unusual interest in Beta, which Trunks notices. Time passes and gym class starts, and Trunks demonstrates his extraordinary abilities on the basketball court to impress Mai. However, Beta comes from behind, takes the ball from Trunks, and heads toward the basket. Irritated by the sudden turn of events, Trunks uses his super speed to block Beta from scoring, much to the surprise of his classmates. However, Beta manages to get by Trunks and score, upsetting the Half Saiyan. As Mai sits in observation, a close-up shot at Beta's eye reveals that he's been transmitting the video of his encounters to none other than his creator, the scientist whose new hideout is near a port. Witnessing Trunks' super speed, he questions his alpha soldiers on if Trunks is the one who beat them and stole the disc. However, all they can remember was a blonde kid on account of their rotting brains, and the scientist, now known as Dr. Hedo, states that he regrets not installing surveillance cameras at the Mount Butterfly factory. Hedo says that their only clue for now is that the culprit has superpowers capable of taking down androids, and commands his creation, Beta number 1, to hunt him down, to which the android confirms. As we cut back to class, Mai glares at Beta intently, but Trunks cuts in, telling her that the boy's victory over him in basketball was just a fluke, and that he'll win next time for sure. However, Mai, seemingly uninterested, tells Trunks to be quiet, which confuses him. She then points out that Beta isn't human, and the two notice the stitching on his neck, prompting Trunks to freak out as he believes it's another one of the undead. In response, Mai says that he's likely an android, but a different type than number 18. She also points out that it seems like he's looking for someone, to which Trunks thinks to himself that the zombies are likely out to get him after the incident at Mount Butterfly. Class ends, and observing through Beta's feed, Dr. Hedo, suspicious of Trunks, commands the android to do whatever it takes to find out if he has superpowers. Beta then throws a football at Trunks, but Trunks ducks, pretending he needs to tie his shoe. The ball bounces around and hits a fire extinguisher, covering Beta in the liquid as Trunks walks off, irritating the android. Lunchtime comes, and Beta pretends to spill his soup in an attempt to reveal Trunks' power. However, Trunks catches it and thanks him for the food, irritating Dr. Hedo, who watches from the feed. We cut to math class, and Beta beats Trunks in a race of solving equations. Dr. Hedo jumps in excitement, but his alpha soldier reminds him that solving math problems won't help him to catch their thief. Hedo acknowledges this sentiment, but states he needed a small victory. After school, Beta waits behind a wooden wall with the intent to drop it on Trunks to reveal his strength. Trunks notices and prepares to do something about it, but suddenly, Beta notices Goten in the distance, picking up a car to grab a tennis ball for a couple of girls. Trunks calls Goten an idiot for revealing his power at school, and Beta, now assuming Goten to be the thief, is commanded by Dr. Hedo to transform and get the disc back. Ripping off his school uniform, Beta appears in front of Goten with his superhero outfit, to which Goten states that it's cringe. Trunks and his classmates circle the two, with the Half Saiyan hoping Goten doesn't engage him at school. Beta, now introducing himself as Beta number 1, states that he's Dr. Hedo's masterpiece, to which Goten questions who that is, as he's never heard of him before. As he attempts to head home, Beta rushes in to attack, and Goten dodges. Beta throws a few more punches and kicks at the Half Saiyan, but Goten manages to evade them all, as Trunks' friend wonders if a show of sorts is going on. Beta commands that Goten return the disc that he stole, which confuses him, and Beta continues his assault. Trunks acknowledges that this android is far stronger than the zombies he's fought before, and tells Mai to hold his bag for him while he runs to the restroom. Beta chases Goten around school and prepares to land another blow to the Half Saiyan, but just as Goten decides to stop running and fight back, the punch from Beta is blocked, revealing our hero once again, Saiyaman X1. Through Beta's feed, Hedo's Alpha Soldier recognizes the hero, exclaiming that X1 is the one who beat them all up, and Dr. Hedo tells Beta to attack him instead. The two exchange greetings, but before they begin, X1 gives Goten his transformation watch, as it was finished in the morning. Suddenly, Beta catches X1 off guard and lands a blow to his stomach. Unfazed by his attack, X1 smiles and throws Beta onto the school football field, where he lands a down cycle kick and knocks him away some more. As the students run toward the action, Mai thinks to herself that Saiyaman X1 seems familiar. Observing from his hideout, Dr. Hedo admires the Saiyaman's strength and costume, but states they can't lose the battle, commanding Beta to use his secret weapon, which the android confirms. Beta then clicks his belt and unleashes a battle jacket known as Beta number 2 and fires a missile at X1. Surprised as the explosion could mean the deaths of his schoolmates, X1 redirects the missile into a lake on the outskirts of the city, as it explodes not far from Dr. Hedo's hideout. X1 then charges in and delivers a few punches and kicks to knock down Beta 2, but he ends up tumbling near Mai in the process, and she falls over. As Beta 2 turns around, he and Dr. Hedo notice the stolen disc in Trunks' bag. Mai stands up to flee, but Beta grabs hold of her before she can escape,
Alright guys, we got a
much
match.
to X1's anger.
Should
Before
start in
he
a
can
minute.
act,
We have a level
Beta
32
launches
set.
multiple missiles toward the school students. In an instant, he manages to destroy them, but Beta detaches from Beta 2, flying off with Mai as the missiles persist in X1's direction. Suddenly though, a hero rushes in and thwarts Beta 2's assault, revealing himself to be Saiyaman X2, much to the surprise of Dr. Hedo. X1 then declares the defeat of Beta and launches a steam cleaner high pressure attack at the escapee, blowing him out of the sky with enough time to rescue Mai from hitting the ground. On their way down, Mai notices a cloth on X1 that looked awfully familiar to the one future Trunks had, and begins to blush as X1 takes off. He arrives near X2, who swiftly defeats Beta 2, causing him to explode. With the battle completed, the two heroes receive their admiration from the students, all except Rula, who think they're corny, and they take off. Not long after, Trunks returns to Mai, exclaiming that it sucks how he missed the heroes in action while he was in the bathroom. Mai, however, continuing to blush, reveals that a forgotten feeling just came back to her, and says that Saiyaman X1 is actually impressive. Trunks is surprised, prepared to reveal his secret identity to her, but Goten stops him before he can utter another word, as he almost revealed it in front of all his classmates. Mai stares up at the sky, hoping she'll meet the hero.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Give it a quick.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Guys, let me not see them.
Save me! You're my savior. Someone save me! Stay calm.
Got lucky. There's no reason for this guy to be over at sea. It's gonna save me.
I owe you one. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Flying Nimbus!
Where are you? I don't know. This guy, but I see him.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
And I'm just in the sky watching.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
This guy gets level 4.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme
We lost this
caution
match,
if you're
bro.
going to help them.
Just destroy E and get it over with, my guy. Instead of destroying E, he destroys C. What a dumbass.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Maybe he could have done. down a little bit.
Again, and Trunks stares in disappointment as he's unable to tell her. Back at Dr. Hedo's hideout, Beta returns in his underwear, apologizing for failing the mission. However, Dr. Hedo mainly acknowledges how cool the Saiyaman hero costumes were, then questions if Beta managed to get their autographs. Hedo then snaps back to the task at hand, and with his targets now identified, he can begin his work on the next androids, aiming to make them even stronger than X1 and 2, and retrieve his stolen disc. In the Cricket District, Krillin continues his investigation on the mysterious zombies that were previously spotted on Mount Butterfly, when suddenly a woman runs screaming out of a nearby shop, signaling Krillin's attention. The cop bursts in, finding a group of them in a convenience store where he plans to take them in for questioning. Coincidentally, Mai is also shopping, and when Krillin stops to acknowledge her, the zombies attempt to escape. However, Krillin stops them in their tracks, promptly arresting the three. Meanwhile, Goten heads to the city on the Flying Nimbus, stopping almost an hour later to catch the bus, as to keep his long commute a secret. After being questioned by a girl named Filer if he could set her up with Trunks for the upcoming school dance, the bus comes to a screeching halt, much to everyone's surprise. As the students look out the window to investigate, they notice a weird-looking man in the road resembling Elvis, who reveals himself as Beta number 7. Beta 7 calls out to Goten, knowing his alter ego to be Saiyaman X2, but Trunks' friend Chalk opens the back window for Goten, allowing him to escape. Goten then transforms into X2 and confronts Beta 7, swiftly attacking him, unaware of the coincidence of appearance that all of his other classmates seem to notice. Goten then effortlessly takes down Beta 7, displaying kicks and a flurry of punches that send him hurtling into the garbage, much to the android's shock. At school, Scale passes out papers for the upcoming dance, telling Trunks that Clean God himself will be in attendance. Although Trunks is skeptical at first, Scale insists it's true, as he kicks a costume of his own behind him. Staring at one of the posters around, Mai invites Trunks to the dance with her, much to his surprise, as he states that he needs to buy some new clothes. Mai, however, notices a tiny insect spy bot, which Dr. Hedo utilizes to spy on Trunks and the others. He overhears the news on Clean God and becomes elated, quickly deciding to create a female android as a date so he can attend the dance himself and meet his hero. Back at school, Trunks shares the news of Mai's invite with Goten, and as Trunks leaves to buy an outfit, Goten wonders how he'll be able to break the news to Filer. Suddenly, an observant Mai notices the spy bot and pulls Goten to the side as he questions what's going on. She informs him that they're being watched and explains that the bug that they just witnessed is in league with the androids that have been monitoring them this whole time. Mai goes on to explain that she knows about Dr. Hedo being a famous scientist and notes that unless they stop him, his androids won't stop coming for them. She then states her plan to lure Hedo out using the Clean God event so she can capture him herself. When Goten questions if that was the reason why she invited Trunks to the dance, she confirms, to which Goten feels bad for Trunks, who believed that the invitation was genuine. Time passes and the day of the dance comes, as Mai arrives in a suit of armor while Trunks wears a fancy suit. He hands one of the attendants a bag to hold on to containing the disc belonging to Dr. Hedo, and makes his way to the stage as he awaits the appearance of Clean God. Next to Trunks stands Dr. Hedo, another eager fan, and they briefly share their love for the superhero, with Hedo noting that his precious autograph was stolen, a sentiment that Trunks consoles him on. Suddenly, Mai pulls out a weapon on the doctor, but is halted by Beta 1 who grabs it. Krillin and the police then arrive, having been tipped off by Mai, and orders everyone to freeze, aiming for the arrest of Dr. Hedo. Hedo, however, manages to use a smoke launcher concealed under his sleeve and races off in a vehicle to escape, giving Krillin and the others the slip. The other officers question if they should pursue, but Krillin states he'll be going alone in order to find Hedo's lair. Trunks questions Mai's intent to take down Hedo on her own, to which she replies that she was tired of being the one always needing to be rescued. Trunks then realizes the bag containing the disc has been stolen, and Mai tells him to catch up to Hedo, exclaiming that he's Saiyaman X1 after all. Trunks wonders how she knew, believing she'd just mistaken him for future Trunks, but Mai states she'd realized that wasn't possible and was able to deduce his identity. Trunks then vows to become the strongest superhero in the world so he can take her out on a date, and recognizing the situation at hand, Mai agrees to go on as many dates as he wants, so long as he catches catches Dr. Hedo. Trunks and Goten then take off, ready to suit up, as Scale emerges in the Clean God uniform, wondering where everyone went. Meanwhile, Beta 1 recovers the disc for Dr. Hedo, revealing that Trunks had it after all. At the same time, Krillin is tailing Hedo and his cohorts, as Goten and Trunks follow close behind. Krillin then informs the two of the situation, explaining that Dr. Hedo was the grandson of Dr. Gero, and both specialize in the creation of androids. Trunks recognizes the name Gero and questions if he's the one who created Cell. He goes on to ask about Hedo's intentions of plotting world domination, to which Krillin replies he's unsure, but notes he has androids working jobs for him to make money for his projects. Krillin's superior officer then calls him, stating that the Red Ribbon Army is targeting Hedo, which Trunks notices. Trunks inquires about the army being dastardly villains back in the day, and Krillin confirms, noting that they've started up again recently. Krillin then reveals that the army wants Hedo to work for them, and if they find him first, it could lead to a crisis for everyone. He looks back to notice that the boys have stopped, filled with excitement about being superheroes for real. Krillin then tells the two to keep their situation under wraps, especially from Chi-Chi, who could make things more complicated. Moments later, Hedo arrives at another one of his secret labs, as one of his undead soldiers alert him of the impending arrival.
Let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
Somebody said let's plant that E key quick.
Flying Nimbus! That's a new power key. Place it now. Welcome. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Where's this guy?
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Flying Nimbus! Oh, come on! Give me a freaking break.
Start with level 0. B and D.
savior.
Welcome. Thank you.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Nimbus! Use it quick!
Where is this key, bro? Right there. Shit. Like, where's the squad, bro?
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We need that guy alive. Probably gonna go save him. We need our level 3.
Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. Flying Nimbus! The startup system's under attack. Gotcha. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Where's the other level 3, bro?
Under attack.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
If you can, but retreat if you need to. Let's do it again, man. Let's go! Dead before the time. Let's do it again, Bearder. Come on! I
On the
see.
machine, guys.
This guy's a lot
Stay
more
on the machine,
capable than
guys.
he looks. Well now,
survival of Krillin and the Saiyamen. Realizing his Beta and Alpha soldiers are no match for the three, Hedo opts to unleash his last resort, though he has doubts about the being's intelligence. Trunks and the others burst down the doors of Hedo's hideout, only to be met with a Dino android before them, who Hedo notes is optimized for power and stronger than any android they've faced before. Hedo then unleashes his creation, Dino Droid number 1, who rushes in and grabs Goten. The android then viciously swats Trunks away with his tail, slamming him into a nearby wall. Krillin rushes in and delivers a few punches and kicks to the monster, but is met with a mouth beam that narrowly misses him. The beast continues its rampage, squeezing Goten and crushing Trunks, as Hedo panics at the thought of his lab being destroyed. The two Half-Saiyans struggle to free themselves, and in a desperate move, Trunks releases an energy blast at the Dino Droid, but it's revealed to be ineffective. Krillin then notes that some mechanical piece of the android must be its weakness, and leaps to the top of the Dino Droid, readying a Destructo Disc. Krillin releases the disc and it collides with the technology on the android's neck, prompting the beast to stop in its tracks. Now able to move, Trunks and Goten power up to Super Saiyans and launch themselves at the android, pummeling it hard in the gut. The two continue their ascent a distance from the hideout and unleash their Cyclone-style Tornado Double Hurricane and rip the Dino Droid in half completely, which results in a massive explosion. The defeat of the creation sparks a panic in Dr. Hedo as Goten and Trunks land in base form, posing at a job well done. Krillin's police force then arrive, arresting Dr. Hedo and his creations as Krillin reaches for the disc on the scientist. However, upon inspection, the case is empty, all except a signed photo from Clean God himself to Dr. Hedo. Hedo demands the return of his photo, but Krillin questions the location of the disc. Hedo, however, states that he's long since memorized the data on the disc and discarded it in order to make room for his prized possession. At the same time, Goten recovers a disc in the background, smashed to bits after the battle. And so, Dr. Hedo is imprisoned, but his sentence is reduced to 3 months due to the revival of zombies who return to their families. Nevertheless, the doctor remains optimistic, releasing a new surveillance droid named Hachimaru and vows to create the ultimate android. Time passes, and Piccolo stands outside of a kindergarten, greeting Pan, who's just gotten out of school. She questions where her parents are, but apparently they're preoccupied, and Piccolo's standing in for them. With some spare time, Piccolo proposes they head to his house, where Pan expresses a desire to become a superhero like Goten and Trunks, who had recently stopped their activities as they weren't studying enough, courtesy of their mothers. Pan then plays around with a nearby frog, fearlessly leaping from a cliff to catch it, much to Piccolo's surprise. However, she's in complete control of the situation, prompting Piccolo to decide to train her. Piccolo states that Pan's father Gohan was around her age when he started training, so she might as well begin now, much to her joy. Meanwhile, at Sunset City Police Department, Sergeant Nuts and Krillin deliver a presentation on the notorious Red Ribbon Army. They focus on Magenta, the son of the previous Red Ribbon leader, Commander Red, and the head of Red Pharmaceuticals, a front for the revived Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Hedo is also discussed, more specifically as their target for recruitment to create more powerful androids. Krillin explains Hedo's educational and family background, going on to say that his father was Dr. Gero's second son, and Hedo was a prodigy in the realm of academics. However, both his parents died when he was young, and despite his genius, Hedo couldn't quite make it in any major organization given his quirky personality, thus forcing him to use what was left of his family's inheritance to continue his research on his own. Anticipating Hedo's release from prison in 3 months, Sergeant Nuts believes it to be the opportune time for the Red Ribbon Army to approach and recruit him. She states they'll need to stop this at all costs, otherwise the world could be in serious danger. At Red Pharmaceuticals, a man in a red suit known as Carmine informs Magenta that Hedo is currently in prison, much to his displeasure. However, Carmine pledges to seize Hedo upon his release in 3 months, prompting Magenta to confirm, as he plans to make good on his father's wishes to conquer the world. 3 months later, Hedo was released from prison, but not before disarming an explosive that likely kills everyone inside. Suddenly, Magenta and Carmine pull up next to him, attempting to introduce themselves. However, Hedo was already aware of Magenta's identity, thanks to his cyborg spy bot Hachimaru, who'd been following Carmine wherever he went. Aware that Magenta is a part of the Red Ribbon Army, Hedo wants to hear more about his proposition, and the three take off in their vehicle. Nearby, Krillin, observing the events, decides to tail the group to uncover the location of their secret base, while the remainder of the police force eagerly await his intel. Magenta offers his condolences for the dear departed Dr. Gero, but Hedo is unfazed, stating that he never knew him and thus didn't care.
Give me the Dragon Balls.
You're asking the wrong person.
If you do not have them, then I have no need for them. Give me the Dragon Balls. You have my thanks. Give me the Dragon
Easy
Balls.
level 2.
Even if I had one, why would I
If
give
you
it
do
to
not have them, then I have no need for them. Careful now. This won't be like before, and I won't be gentle.
Where are the Dragon Balls? Even if I had one, why would I give it to a fool?
Kira.
Where are the Dragon Balls?
Very well. I'll make sure your death is quick.
Easy level 2. It's okay if I lost the Dragon Ball. I'll get back. Being a loser.
Give me the Dragon Balls.
I have no clue what that is.
If you do not have them, then I have no need for you.
don't know why you thought that was a good idea.
I apologize for the wait. Shall we begin round two?
Not that key. Here I am.
Where is everyone?
Give me the Dragon Balls. You
Well then, let's begin, shall we? I made you a promise, didn't I? I said you would speak as a friend like no other. Don't disappoint me. I will not tolerate failure.
See what this guy could be. Trying, bro. Should just escape. Or just left, bro. Match for me.
You're no match for me.
Easy win. What's the C vibe? Let's check where we are on the leaderboard. 36. We are ranked 36 in the world on Dragon Ball Breakers for Raiders. Nice. Wait, who the hell is that?
Care much. Surprised, Magenta explains that Gero's death was a major blow to the Red Ribbon Army, but goes on to say that Hedo's passion for android research piqued their interest and they want him to work with them. Magenta offers research, funds, and facilities, and at the same time, Hedo spots Krillin latched onto their car and deploys Hachimaru to attack him. Continuing their conversation, Hedo states that he has no intention of conquering the world, as Hachimaru rams the back of their car in an attempt to get rid of Krillin. Unbeknownst to Magenta, Krillin is still tailing them, as Hedo notes he's actually a fan of powerful superheroes. However, Magenta informs him that the Red Ribbon Army is out to make the world a peaceful place where they're in control, as Krillin lays on top of the vehicle. Pursuing his target, Hachimaru charges toward Krillin as Dr. Hedo continues his conversation, telling Magenta that taking over the world by force isn't really his way of doing things. Aiming to sweeten the deal, Magenta offers 1 billion zenny for every android created, and Carmine brandishes a gun in an attempt to sway the scientists further. Hedo agrees to the terms, but clarifies that the weapon doesn't scare him, as he's injected himself with a compound that makes his skin resistant to bullets. He also threatens the two with Hachimaru, who's capable of incapacitating a human or biological part of an android with its toxic stinger, as Krillin faces said stinger during his battle with the mechanical being. Krillin evades Hachimaru's attack and manages to shoot it dead on, as it lands on the windshield of the car. Carmine spins out with Krillin still atop the vehicle, Hedo clarifying once more that he has no interest in conquering the world, but will join the army as the money will aid him in creating history's greatest androids. Carmine regains control of the vehicle as Hachimaru is left in the road, both he and Magenta still unaware of being tailed by the police. Hedo then questions the army's biggest problem right now, to which Magenta states that it's the people who defeated Cell. Realizing that Hercule wasn't the culprit, Hedo's informed that there's a secret group of powerful beings surrounding Capsule Corporation. Magenta says that the Red Ribbon Army believes them to be aliens who are using the resources of Capsule Corp to plan a full-scale invasion on Earth. He goes on to say that Majin Buu and King Piccolo are also part of this group, while simultaneously, Krillin transmits confirmation to Sergeant Nuts that Dr. Hedo plans to work with the Red Ribbon Army. Having not forgotten about Krillin though, Hedo summons Hachimaru once more, who recovers from its broken state and launches itself toward the car, ferociously knocking Krillin away as he crashes on the side of the road. Hedo and Magenta solidify their agreement to create the greatest androids in the universe and continue on, as the scientist notes that he's also taking care of a police officer who is tailing him. Krillin then alerts Sergeant Nuts that he lost the vehicle, much to her displeasure. 6 months later, Pan continues her training under Piccolo, displaying considerable talent. The two finish up, and Piccolo notes that Pan may have more talent for training than Gohan. However, Pan struggles with firing ki blasts and flying, prompting Piccolo to reassure her about the gradual learning process. He tells her to try again, and the child focuses her energy to attempt to fly, but she's unable to will herself to do so, much to her disappointment. She then questions Piccolo on if her father could be stronger than Goku if he wanted to be, to which Piccolo says maybe not now, as he's been out of the game. Noting she's never seen her father fight, Piccolo states he will if he's forced to, and after exchanging goodbyes for now, Pan takes off running at super speed, launching herself through the forested area to get home. The following morning, Piccolo's training is interrupted when Videl calls, requesting him to pick up Pan from school. Piccolo wonders why Gohan can't do it, and Videl explains he's been busy with a research report he'll need to present. Piccolo reluctantly agrees, prompting Videl to offer him another plushie, which he apparently has plenty of in the corner of his room. Irritated, Piccolo flies to Gohan's house as he's working on his report. Scratching on the window, Piccolo reveals himself to Gohan, who happily greets him. However, his friend angrily questions what he's doing that's so important, prompting Gohan to demonstrate his report on ants that glow and transform when in danger, likening them to a Super Saiyan. Piccolo then yells at Gohan, demanding demanding to know why he isn't picking up his own daughter from school. He then says that Gohan should be training more to prepare for the next threat to Earth. But when Gohan dismisses the idea, Piccolo attacks him, prompting Gohan to block and note that he hasn't gotten as rusty as Piccolo thinks. However, Piccolo follows up with a punch to Gohan's gut, telling him that he's been slacking as he outfits him with clothes resembling his, which Gohan notes are heavy. Gohan then thanks Piccolo again for getting Pan and offers him another plushie, and the Namekian yells in frustration, noting he doesn't need any more. Later that same day, Piccolo continues his training, only to be met with a burst of energy hurtling from the sky that delivers an enormous explosion upon impact. When the smoke dissipates, Piccolo is unscathed, and before him stands a strange-looking man with a yellow suit and blue cape, with the number 2 stamped across his chest. The stranger skillfully holsters his weapon that's assumed to have caused the explosion, and addresses the Namekian as King Piccolo. Piccolo, however, states that's not who he is anymore, confusing the stranger, who's told it's a long story and is questioned for his name. However, the stranger characteristically notes that his true identity is a secret, and Piccolo notices the appearance of the red ribbon logo on his shoulder. Piccolo points this out, recalling the symbol back when he was God, piquing the curiosity of the stranger, who wants to know more. Piccolo, however, dismisses this, telling him to do his homework next time, and points out the stranger's lack of ki, deducing he must be an android. Surprised that the Namekian managed to figure this out, the stranger confirms his intent to battle Piccolo, noting that today was supposed to be a trial run for him, but now he's gonna kill him. Piccolo reluctantly tells the adversary to hurry up, and the stranger rushes in with a punch, but narrowly misses Piccolo, who counters with his own punch to the gut. Piccolo then kicks the stranger away, but rather than colliding with a mountain nearby, he bounces off of it and lands a devastating punch to Piccolo's stomach. The stranger then backflips, slams his foot on the Namekian's head, and sends him plummeting down toward a mountain of rocks. Piccolo rises, noting his enemy isn't sustaining damage, confirming his suspicion that he must be an android after all. His thoughts are interrupted though, as the stranger lands behind him, stating this fight is a disappointment so far. Piccolo then discards his cape and turban as he charges toward the stranger, who dodges all of his attacks. Piccolo manages to land a powerful kick that sends the stranger flying, but he catches himself and lands gracefully, launching a blast from his ray gun that detonates on Piccolo's arm. The Namekian's arm falls off as the stranger continues his assault, but through the smoke of the attack, Piccolo extends his other arm and slams the stranger to a nearby rock, the rest of his body reappearing from the dust with his severed arm grown back as he lands a punch to the stranger's face. Pinning his enemy down, Piccolo appears to have gained the upper hand, but the stranger, undeterred, notes that Piccolo's arm can grow back and kicks him away, following up with a barrage of swift attacks and a knee to the chin. The stranger finishes the combo with an elbow to Piccolo's gut, stating that he's got a read on the Namekian's moves now. Piccolo attempts to strike, but the stranger evades, and Piccolo launches a barrage of ki blasts at him, but his adversary easily dodges them all. He then takes to the sky, equipping his ray gun again, and launches a devastating blast that Piccolo seems prepared for, creating a massive explosion that engulfs the surrounding area. The aftermath displays a large cloud of dust, and using his scanners, the stranger deduces that Piccolo's been killed and takes off. However, the Namekian, watching from above, notes that he can't allow this enemy to roam free. Piccolo then tails the stranger, unbeknownst to him, and they arrive at a giant lake surrounded by a mountainous region. The stranger lands in a base of sorts and greets his colleagues, who all don red ribbon attire. Following close behind, Piccolo sneaks up on one of the soldiers and robs him of his uniform, continuing his pursuit of the stranger. To his surprise, the lake was actually no lake at all, but a hologram disguising the Red Ribbon Army's base of operations. Piccolo sees the stranger flying nearby and land in a building as he follows close behind, noting that one of the soldiers referred to the stranger as Gamma. Suddenly, Piccolo is spotted by a group of Red Ribbon soldiers who refer to him as number 94, assuming he's part of the fold. One of the soldiers alert him that this isn't his post, but another, assuming 94 to be an eager member hoping to learn a thing or two, gives him permission to stand on the front lines of the inner chamber. Piccolo heads in and stands guard, noticing a group of individuals in the middle of the room, as well as the stranger he'd faced earlier. Dr. Hedo then commends the stranger now known as Gamma 2 on his efforts against Piccolo. Gamma 2 thanks Hedo for his kind words, but another stranger, identical to Gamma 2, now known as Gamma 1, tells his counterpart that he went overboard for what was supposed to be a trial run. The discovery discovery of another android surprises Piccolo, but he holds his astonishment as to maintain his cover. Hedo, in response to Gamma 1, tells Gamma 2 that he showed good judgment. Gamma 1 then questions if Gamma 2 confirmed a corpse, but the latter claims there was no need, as Piccolo was definitely blasted to smithereens. Gamma 1, however, tells his counterpart that he lacks vigilance, as he displays a replay of the battle and shows an unknown figure emerging from the explosion. Gamma 2 dismisses this, stating that it could be anyone, but Gamma 1 says that if it were Piccolo, he could expose their entire operation before they have a chance to destroy the rest of their enemies. Gamma 2, however, dismisses this, noting that even if Piccolo warns the rest of his friends, they'll be able to defeat them easily. Piccolo, confused, wonders about the group of evildoers the Gammas are discussing, and simultaneously, Carmine displays the villains in question. Goku and Vegeta appear first, Carmine stating they aren't to be trifled with. He then switches to Majin Buu and Hercule alike, noting that Hercule's true power currently eludes them. Unimpressed, Dr. Hedo states that the Gammas are already powerful enough to overcome any threat, questioning Gamma 2 on his battle against Piccolo, to which the android notes that it was too easy. Hedo goes on to say that once the Gammas eliminate the organization within Capsule Corp, including Bulma herself, it's only a matter of time before the Red Ribbon Army can dominate the world. Magenta changes topics and questions Hedo on when his creation Cell Max will be ready, but Hedo points out it's a needless concern, as the Gammas make Cell Max non-essential for their plan. Magenta persists in his questioning though, and Hedo pulls up the feed of his creation, resembling Cell's second form from the days of the android threat, surprising Piccolo. Hedo states he needs more time as his brain functions can't be rushed, but Magenta, frustrated, states he's waited long enough. In response, Hedo says that although he didn't like the idea of utilizing Dr. Gero's research to build such a powerful creation, he isn't dragging his feet, and the process will take some time. He says that rather than complaining, Magenta should be grateful that they have the Gammas to help in the meantime, but an impatient Magenta exclaims that he wants Cell Max up and running right away. Hedo, however, remains stern in his decision making, telling the leader that if Cell Max were to be released now, he would destroy the very world they hope to rule. He proposes letting the Gammas continue to dispose of those who threaten them and activate Cell Max when he's fully operational. Having heard enough, Piccolo makes his way out of the room, poised to warn the others. Outside, Piccolo calls Bulma, questioning Goku and Vegeta's location. Bulma informs Piccolo that they're on Beerus' planet, and Piccolo tells her to call Whis using her device and tell them to return to Earth immediately. When Bulma questions the urgency, Piccolo doesn't get into details, but tells her that they're dealing with a new crisis. She agrees to contact the two, and having no time to lose, Piccolo takes off to grab some sensu beans. At Capsule Corp, Bulma frantically searches for her device to contact Whis, and Piccolo arrives at Korin Tower, explaining the situation to Korin and Yajirobe. Korin, however, only has 2 sensu remaining and addresses Piccolo as Kami, but Piccolo informs him that he doesn't go by that name anymore. Soon after, Bulma contacts Piccolo, informing him that she can't find the device. Piccolo tells her that the situation could get rough without the help of Goku and Vegeta, and Bulma opts to continue her search. Piccolo then ponders on the situation, stating that based on his own battle, the Gammas are on par with Goku and Vegeta themselves, his last display of their power being the battle with Moro. Korin suggests Gohan step into fight, but Piccolo says the Half Saiyan is of little use to them right now. He also states that number 17 and 18 are probably useless as well, given the enemy likely knows their weak points from Dr. Hedo's data. Majin Buu is also mentioned, having been asleep for a while now. With seemingly all his options depleted, Piccolo states he's the only line of defense against the Red Ribbon Army, but suddenly has a realization, claiming that Dende may be able to help him out. Meanwhile, Bulma continues her search for the device, finally stumbling upon it in the mouth of her pet Dino. On Beerus' planet, Whis' staff receives the communication from Bulma, but the angel seems preoccupied with an ongoing battle. An explosion suddenly occurs, sending Whis' staff flying into the distance, continuing its reign. The battle seems to involve Goku, who's leaping away from an incoming blast unleashed from someone. Goku blocks the blast in base form, and appearing from the resulting smoke is Broly. Broly attempts to land a few punches and kicks on Goku, but Goku evades them all. The Saiyan remains on the defense as Broly continues his assault, and Broly suddenly headbutts Goku, who manages to catch himself and come flying back toward the Saiyan. Goku attempts to kick Broly, but Broly manages to block the attack as the two stare each other down. Goku then breaks away, complimenting his adversary on his quick learning, but Broly says he's still trying to get the hang of things. Goku, however, reassures the warrior, telling him that it's a gradual learning process process, and soon he'll be fighting with a level head without snapping into rage. Goku then proposes they take their training up a notch, and Broly declares he's ready, addressing his adversary in his Earth name, Son Goku. After a brief overview of Broly's character and how our protagonist learned of him, Goku and Broly continue training on Beerus' planet. When Broly becomes overly enthusiastic, Goku advises him to ease off to prevent any chaos. Meanwhile, Vegeta is shown meditating, surprising Goku, who notes his rival isn't usually the type to calm his mind. Vegeta, however, explains to Goku that this serves as a form of training. He emphasizes that their physical capabilities have reached their peak, comparable to formidable opponents like Jiren, Broly, Moro, Gas, and Frieza. Rather than focusing solely on physical prowess though, Vegeta underscores the importance of mental training. He states that in order to command 100% of their power, they'll need to force their bodies and spirits to relax outside of moments when they attack. Whis commends Vegeta for grasping this concept and scolds Goku for his lack of understanding, the latter noting it's easier said than done for Whis, as he's an angel. Whis then suggests a match between the three Saiyans, Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. However, Vegeta declines if Broly is involved, he and Goku fearing the consequences of the Saiyan losing control. In agreement, Whis tells Broly to sit this one out and observe Goku and Vegeta, and suddenly, Lord Beerus wakes up, greeting Whis. Informed that he's been sleeping for the past 4 months, Beerus turns in surprise to see Broly on his planet, Goku explaining that it was a precautionary measure to keep him safe from Frieza. Going on to yell about inviting unwanted guests, Beerus smells food coming from nearby, introduced to Lemmo, the former member of Frieza's army. Tasting Lemmo's food, Beerus is quite pleased and tells him he can stick around. Chi-Lai then walks up in fear of Beerus, who she notes is the most feared entity in the whole universe. Beerus, however, stares at her intently, immediately falling for her good looks and tells her she can stay as long as she wants. Distractions aside, Whis wants to get the sparring match between Goku and Vegeta started, exclaiming that transformations and long-ranged attacks aren't allowed. However, Goku questions if they can eat first, prompting a moment of relief. Elsewhere at the lookout, Piccolo approaches Dende to inquire about unlocking his latent potential, similar to how the Grand Elder on Namek empowered Gohan and Krillin long ago. Regretfully, Dende states that he's too young to perform such a task, but mentions using the Dragon Balls. He suggests that Piccolo use them to get rid of the Red Ribbon Army swiftly, but unwilling to bruise his pride, Piccolo declines. Dende then says he could ask Shenron to draw out his latent potential, surprising Piccolo, who was unaware the dragon could do such a thing. Piccolo wonders if he can gather the Dragon Balls in time, but Dende suspects Bulma has already collected them, noting that she's been making frivolous wishes over the years so no one could use the Dragon Balls for evil. Piccolo then calls Bulma, who confirms the 7 Dragon Balls are with her, questioning if he can use them as she's probably not wishing for anything important. Offended but in agreement, the two plan to meet at Capsule Corps as Piccolo takes off. Back on Beerus' planet, everyone enjoys a feast prepared by Lemmo, who Beerus appoints as his new head chef. Everyone finishes as Goku and Vegeta prepare to face off in base form, Whis signaling the start of the battle. Goku charges in and attempts to punch Vegeta, but the Saiyan blocks his attack. The two trade blows before Goku gains some distance, leaping back in to deliver a kick that misses Vegeta and damages part of the planet. Vegeta rushes in to gain the upper hand, but Goku stops him in time, rushing in to deliver a kick that Vegeta grabs. In response, Vegeta spins and throws Goku into the distance, the Saiyan using his surroundings to bounce back as the two continue exchanging blows. On the sidelines, Beerus notes that Vegeta's moves have changed ever so slightly, Whis assuming that his training must be paying off. The angel suggests eating some dessert in the meantime, and Chi-Lai offers to fetch ice cream, supported by Beerus, who offers to lend her a hand. Goku and Vegeta's battle continues, the two locking arms and creating a cyclone, with Broly watching in amazement on the sidelines. Vegeta takes the opportunity to grab Goku and fling him down to the water, the resulting splash nearly hitting everyone, though Beerus protects them with a barrier, excluding Broly. The latter, however, remains unaffected, Whis teasing that Beerus must have created the barrier to protect Chi-Lai in particular. Meanwhile at Capsule Corps, Piccolo's arrived and calls on Shenron, who emerges and greets his master. Piccolo questions if Shenron can draw out his latent potential, and thanks to the upgrade on the Dragon Balls, he confirms he can. The dragon then grants Piccolo's wish, fueling him as the Namekian notes he never knew he held such power. Shenron notes he threw in a little extra and questions what Piccolo's second wish is, but the Namekian tells Bulma Bulma she can have the other two, prompting her to wish for a minor booty lift and an extra 2 millimeters on her eyelashes. Shenron departs until the next time they need him, and soon after, Bulma yells out in concern. Piccolo questions what's wrong, and when Bulma tells him they could have used one of the wishes to bring Goku and Vegeta back to Earth, Piccolo scolds her for wishing for a butt lift. Having no option but to figure out the situation, Piccolo opts to do some recon and takes off, Trunks listening in on the conversation. He then calls Goten and tells him something big must be happening, convincing his grounded friend to lie to his mother about where he's going so they can get some superhero action in. Meanwhile, back at Red Ribbon HQ, Magenta and Carmine ponder about taking out Goku and Vegeta, though their spies haven't managed to locate them. Carmine suggests targeting Gohan next, noting that these days he poses as a biologist, but Red Ribbon data shows that he defeated Cell over 7 years ago. However, Magenta says that they shouldn't cause a ruckus in the city streets until Cell Max is up and running. He then concocts a plan to lure Gohan to their turf by targeting his daughter, surprising Piccolo. Dr. Hedo finds the plan to be reprehensible, but undeterred, Magenta orders one of the Red Ribbon soldiers to pick 2 of his men for the job. Piccolo, disguised in his Red Ribbon attire, volunteers for the mission, claiming familiarity with Pan as Hercule's granddaughter. He partners with another soldier, number 15, and realizes that staging Pan's kidnapping might be the catalyst to reawaken Gohan's fighting spirit. Piccolo and Soldier 15 arrive at Pan's kindergarten, the latter looking sad as Gohan was still too busy to pick her up, and Videl was running late. Number 15 questions if this little girl is the one they're looking for, and when Piccolo confirms, he moves in for the kidnapping. Number 15 approaches Pan, greeting her as an uncle, but Pan rushes in and punches the man with intense force, knocking him out as she explains to her teacher that he's a stranger. Piccolo flies in as Pan goes on the offensive, but she quickly realizes that her friend is underneath the armor, much to Piccolo's pleasure. Pan's teacher questions Piccolo on who the unconscious man is, but when the Namekian informs her that this is a simple training exercise, she goes along with it. Walking back toward the Red Ribbon spacecraft, Piccolo and Pan board with Soldier 15, Pan questioning what's going on, and Piccolo opting to explain once they're in the air. He tells her to put on a pair of handcuffs first though, and the two abruptly take off as they smash through a Clean God billboard. Informing Pan of the situation with the Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo tells her that she'll need to pretend to be scared. Pan voices uncertainty regarding her father's arrival, but Piccolo assures her that he'll show up. Otherwise, he'll beat him within an inch of his life. Soldier 15 then wakes up, immediately noticing Pan handcuffed as she pretends to be afraid. He notes that he doesn't want anyone knowing that he got beaten up by a kid, and Piccolo agrees to keep it a secret. Approaching Red Ribbon HQ, Soldier 15 throws Pan into a nearby chair, recording her as she keeps up her act. Carmine orders 15 to show Gohan and lure him to HQ, along with Piccolo, who's ordered to tag along as well. Arriving at Gohan's house, the two appear outside his window, Piccolo scratching to get his attention. Gohan opens his window and confronts the Red Ribbon soldiers, surprising Piccolo as his pupil hasn't recognized who he is. Holding Gohan at gunpoint, Soldier 15 tells him to follow them, but Gohan flicks the gun away, threatening to call the police. 15 then shows Gohan the recording of Pan in fear, triggering him as he grows concerned. In a rage, Gohan effortlessly snaps part of his window and appears in front of 15, powering up to Super Saiyan, much to everyone's surprise. The ground beneath them shatters as Gohan demands the location of his daughter, Soldier 15 apologizing in fear and kindly urging the Saiyan to follow them. Outside of HQ, the scene is set with a downpour of rain, Red Ribbon leaders and the Gammas awaiting Gohan's arrival. Spotting Pan, Gohan leaps from the airship and smashes down in front of everyone, ready for action. Pan appears excited at witnessing her father's arrival, while simultaneously, Gamma 1 opts to fight Gohan first. Gohan, however, flies past the android to get his daughter to safety, but Gamma 2 swiftly appears and kicks him away. Landing, Gohan removes his turban as Gamma 1 insists on fighting first, the android charging in as Gohan manages to block his first attack. Gamma 1 continues his assault on the Half Saiyan, but Gohan lands a kick to his face, sending him to the ground. The android rises like a zombie though, headbutting Gohan and charging at him with a devastating kick. The attack lands, though Gohan is able to keep it from injuring him, the sheer magnitude of it sending the two underground as the Red Ribbon soldiers run away. Pan, observing from the sidelines, questions Piccolo whether her father can emerge victorious. However, the Namekian responds negatively, emphasizing that if Gohan can't manage to regain his battle instincts, he stands no hope of victory. Beneath Red Ribbon HQ, Gohan questions Gamma 1's identity, prompting him to state he's a superhero superhero and land a few blows on the fighter. Gohan correctly deduces Gamma 1 to be an android, and questioning his tactics, the Half Saiyan is unable to keep up with the android's speed, as he explains that he's only following orders. Going on to say that he and the Red Ribbon Army seek to eliminate Gohan and his wicked cabal. The fighter grows confused as the Gamma outmaneuvers him and lands another blow. They initially continue their battle underground, but Gohan emerges from below, transformed to Super Saiyan. This surprises Magenta and Dr. Hedo, the latter stating he witnessed this transformation before and assumes Gohan and his gang must be aliens after all. Gamma 1 then emerges from underground, stating that Gohan's power-up doesn't impress him. In response, Gohan removes his glasses and prepares a Kamehameha, unleashing the blast as Gamma 1 responds in kind, his beam swatted away by Gohan and crashing by Soldier 15. Capitalizing on the distraction, Gohan kicks Gamma 1 in the face, their skirmish continuing in the distance as Pan and Piccolo observe. Piccolo is concerned though, likening the battle so far to his first encounter with Gamma 2, as these androids can methodically learn their opponent's moves and capabilities as they fight. At the same time, Gamma 1 confirms this theory, questioning Gohan on if this is truly the full extent of his power. Irritated, Gohan rushes in with various strikes, but Gamma 1 evades them all. He chokeslams Gohan into the ground and tosses him above, using his super speed to catch up with him and kick him back down below, irritating Piccolo. Realizing Gohan will lose if this keeps up, Piccolo urges Pan to shout as if she's in pain. The two stage a performance to get Gohan's attention, triggering him as Gamma 2 urges the disguised soldier to remove his hands from the kid. This confuses Piccolo and Pan as Gohan awakens more of his instincts, yelling aloud and creating a bright flash that removes the rainy atmosphere completely. When the dust settles, we witness Gohan having reawakened his ultimate form, much to the surprise of Gamma 1. Gohan's energy disrupts the hologram covering Red Ribbon HQ, prompting a discovery from Krillin's commanding officer, Sergeant Nuts. After Krillin, Android 18, and Marin come out of a showcasing of Clean God 2 at the movie theaters, Krillin senses Gohan fighting in the distance. Sergeant Nuts then contacts Krillin, informing him that they've finally found the location of the Red Ribbon Army's secret base. Noticing that it's in the same direction in which Gohan's energy was felt, Krillin decides to go and scout the area alone. However, Android 18 questions who the woman was that contacted her husband, and noticing Krillin acting suspicious, she decides to tag along with him. Meanwhile, Gohan continues his battle with Gamma 1, now having the clear edge in battle. He lands a few blows and attempts to grab Pan, but Gamma 1 appears in front of him, exclaiming they aren't done fighting yet. As they battle, Gohan questions the android on what he was referring to earlier when he mentioned his wicked cabal, with Gamma 1 saying that he was referring to Gohan and his allies. Annoyed as he easily swipes away an attack, Gohan reminds Gamma 1 that it was his team that kidnapped a child, causing Gamma 1 to start having doubts. Dr. Hedo orders Gamma 2 to join the battle, but he's intercepted by Piccolo for their rematch. Referring to the Namekian as King Piccolo once more, the latter removes his red ribbon attire and unleashes his newfound power. Gohan notices Piccolo's joined the fight, but continues battling Gamma 1, as Gamma 2 points out the Namekian's survival. Gamma 2, becoming too overconfident for his own good, charges in and throws a punch at Piccolo, only for him to be countered hard. Piccolo lands a punch on the Gamma's face and launches him into the distance, Gohan questioning why his teachers arrived at Red Ribbon HQ. Piccolo, however, urges him to focus on the battle for now and moves toward Gamma 2. The android wonders how Piccolo powered up so fast and questions whether he was hiding his strength the entire time. Piccolo declines to answer, but Gamma 2 tells him that even with the Namekian's current power, he won't measure up to his true capabilities. Gohan, meanwhile, is dominating Gamma 1, though the fighter's stamina isn't to be taken lightly. Gohan questions if he'll ever give up, but the Gamma reveals that he operates at full strength until his energy is completely drained, revealing a remaining percentage of 82%. As the battles continue, Piccolo confirms that he's no match for Gamma 2, and after being kicked hard, Gohan rushes to his aid. During a lull in the battle, Piccolo suggests that with their opponents being androids, he and Gohan should finish the fight in one go rather than dragging things out. Going in with enhanced power, the two rush in and land hard blows against the androids that hurl them to opposite sides of the Red Ribbon base. Though Gohan continues to outmatch Gamma 1, Piccolo was unable to keep Gamma 2 down as he manages to get away from him long enough to try and attack Gohan. Gohan manages to dodge the incoming blast from the android before Gamma 2 narrowly dodges Piccolo's next attack and joins Gamma 1 at his side. Strategizing, Gamma 2 suggests they take down one enemy at a time, but a hesitant Gamma 1 questions if their enemies are really a part of the wicked cabal as they've been told. Gamma 2 tells him they have to be, as Dr. Hedo told them as such, and the two quickly rush in and attack Piccolo in unison. As Piccolo is dragged deeper underground, Gohan is able to grab hold of Gamma 1 as the Namekian and Gamma 2 continue their battle. Piccolo begins to power up his special beam cannon as he tells the android that he doesn't seem so bad, but just appears to be following idiotic orders. He unleashes his attack, though Gamma 2 is able to protect himself with an energy barrier, meanwhile telling his opponent that Dr. Hedo's orders could never be wrong. Piccolo, however, counters by telling him that though the orders may be coming from him, the intel he's being given by Magenta is bad. Gamma 2 now also starts having doubts, which only serves to frustrate him. He unleashes a deadly physical assault on Piccolo, who, momentarily defeated, falls into a crevice in the base. Piccolo remembers Shenron's words about throwing in a bit extra, and a sigil alights on his back, creating a tremendous surge of power. As the Namekian rises from the crevice, his skin turns orange, his antennas stand on end, and he grows much bulkier. Meanwhile, at Capsule Corps, Trunks expresses shock at Bulma's revelation that Piccolo's fighting androids, as well as letting slip that he knows about Hedo and his creation of said androids. Bulma demands to know from her son how he knew about this, causing him to admit that he and Goten had encountered Hedo's creations before, and speculates the ones that Piccolo is fighting against are a different model, to Bulma's confusion. He then explains that Piccolo might be in trouble, as the ones he and Goten encountered were already strong. Bulma then demands to know why Trunks kept this knowledge a secret from her, but he explains that she forbade him from taking on any more hero activity, and it's not like she would have listened anyway. Taking responsibility for once, Bulma notes they could have prevented this as Goten shows up, attempting to convince her that he's arrived to study with Trunks. However, Bulma takes the two off punishment, instructing them to go and help Piccolo with the androids. Goten, aware of what's going on, is informed by Trunks of the dire situation with the Red Ribbon Army. Opting to join the two, Bulma inquires of Piccolo's location, but the boys have trouble sensing his energy as they've been out of practice for a while. Cutting back to the battle, having witnessed his new power, Piccolo emerges from below as everyone else, friend and foe alike, watch on with surprise. Gamma 2 charges at Piccolo and unleashes a barrage of punches at the Namekian. However, barely flinching with his stronger form, Piccolo
Trunks, I've set a sewer time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Welcome.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
I'm an android, you see, and you can call me by my name. Cell. I'm so pleased.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
This guy gets to level 3 so quick though.
Stay calm.
Taking every shot that we could do.
Oh man.
Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Like this.
Fool, if you think I'm just going to let you get away.
Great. You know what to do with that key. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done. I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
Oh, come on! Get it through the break. That's it. How pathetic.
We have no Dragon
The
Balls.
startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack.
I need to get my Dragon Change back.
Tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
5 of us left.
Holy hell.
Here comes the bang! Bastard!
I try to eat another sensu.
Oh, what a complete moron.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Machine ain't even going that fast.
I'm in trouble now. I suppose this place is safe. Simply terrifying.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. Your power was indeed impressive. It may even possibly have surpassed my own. Well, I must say I'm rather impressed. I wasn't expecting to have this much fun.
Straight hip slapped.
Jeez.
I'll do whatever it takes to tap into that magnificent rage of yours. If you're going to act so utterly stupid, then you need to be punished accordingly. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. How?
He's there.
Lunges in and takes out Gamma 2 with a single punch. Marveling at his newfound strength, Piccolo's interrupted when the Red Ribbon soldiers open fire on him, though their attacks don't do any damage at all. Magenta and Carmine sense the Gammas losing their advantage and start to retreat, while Pan meanwhile breaks from her handcuffs and begins plowing through Red Ribbon soldiers. Threatened by Pan, Carmine pulls and fires a gun at her, with Pan dodging all of his shots. Outraged by Carmine's actions, Gamma 2 finally realizes they've been lied to and ceases his fight with Piccolo. Pan delivers a kick and punch that knocks out Carmine, and powering down to base form, Piccolo tells Gohan to quit fighting Gamma 1. While Magenta slips away, Dr. Hedo heads out after him. Inside the base, Magenta prepares to awaken Cell Max. When Dr. Hedo tries to stop him, attempting to convince him that the Gammas are just confused, Magenta shoots Hedo and begins to undo more of Cell Max's restraints. Dr. Hedo gets up, reminding Magenta about his toughened skin, and removes his trench coat for battle, but Magenta reveals that he's gone through some upgrades as well. Removing his suit to show the cybernetically enhanced body underneath, he prepares to fight, but is stung on the back of the neck by Hachimaru, whose poison begins to kill him. As Dr. Hedo rambles on about the effectiveness of Hachimaru and his plans to escape with the Gammas, Magenta uses his final moments to undo the remaining locks on Cell Max. Above ground, the battle seemingly over, everyone regroups, now with the Gammas with them. Bulma arrives, having brought Trunks, Goten, Krillin, and Android 18 as backup. Goten greets his brother, who has a hard time seeing him as his glasses were tossed away earlier. Goten and Trunks marvel at the cool look of the Gammas, and Piccolo is surprised to see that the boys have grown so much since they last met. Gohan notes that Saiyans remain small until they hit a certain age, at which point they have a radical growth spurt. Krillin questions the situation with the Gammas as Gohan and the others were just fighting them, but unable to see who's talking to him, Gohan notes his eyesight is terrible, but it improves when he transforms. Meanwhile, Dr. Hedo attempts to stop Cell Max's release, but finds little success. Gamma 2 notes his loss to Piccolo after he turned orange, and Gohan questions his teacher about his new form. He then tells him to give it a name, to which Piccolo arbitrarily decides on Orange Piccolo. Suddenly, the sky darkens as a massive explosion occurs behind everyone, Cell Max beginning to emerge from his chamber below. The monster lets out a furious scream, revealed to be a red creature resembling semi-perfect Cell. Dr. Hedo attempts to flee from the monster in a hover vehicle, alerting everyone of Cell Max's arrival, but is caught up when the monster unleashes his enormous energy, triggering an explosion. With concern for their creator, the Gammas rush in to aid him, but are attacked by Cell Max. Cell emerges from the ensuing smoke as the Gammas charge in to attack him, but neither blasts nor physical attacks do them any good. The monster responds with a few attacks of his own, and the Gammas quickly become overwhelmed. Watching from the sidelines, Piccolo urges everyone to assist. He tosses a Senzu bean to Gohan Gohan, but he fails to catch it without his glasses and it falls into a crevice. Piccolo berates him for wasting the beam, but Trunks and Goten step forward to fight first, transforming into their superhero alter egos Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2 as they charge into battle. Trunks and Goten rush towards Cell Max, though they're effortlessly swatted aside. Piccolo questions if the boys have been keeping up with their training at all, and Bulma notes they haven't as they've been grounded for over half a year. Assuming they have no choice but to rejoin the fight, Piccolo is interrupted as Trunks tells him not to worry, stating he and Goten haven't even gone Super Saiyan yet. Piccolo expresses his doubt in the boys as the Gammas continue their assault on Cell. Trunks questioning Gamma 1 on if the monster is used to moving his body around. Gamma 1 confirms that Cell hasn't figured out how to properly wield his strength, prompting Goten and Trunks to power up to Super Saiyan and charge in once more. With their significantly improved speed and maneuverability, they find success in landing blows on Cell Max. On the sidelines, the Gammas observe Goten and Trunks' battle, piecing together that their creation was based on the boys and their Saiyaman alter egos. Eventually, both Gamma 1 and Gamma 2 join in to assist them in taking down Cell Max, all four heroes demonstrating a super cool pose and charge in, performing a Cyclone-style tornado super hurricane attack, pile driving straight into Cell Max's stomach. The attack sends the monster hurtling toward the edge of Red Ribbon HQ, much to everyone's surprise. Astonished that the boys actually managed to buy them some time, Piccolo questions if Gohan is ready to fight, the Half Saiyan noting he has enough strength to go Super Saiyan. Cell Max soon gets back on his feet, seemingly undamaged, and unleashes more of his power. In the blink of an eye, he rushes toward Trunks and the others, quickly taking down his opponents. As the others watch from the sidelines, Gohan notes that as Cell Max's power continues to grow, he also appears to be getting used to fighting. As a last resort, Goten and Trunks decide to utilize fusion, but having not performed the technique in years, they're unsuccessful and produce the fat version of the form instead. They attempt to go Super Saiyan, but it's to no avail, the fused warrior then deciding to attack Cell Max, but he's quickly taken down. With no other choice, Gohan and Piccolo decide to join the battle, powering up and rushing in with Android 18 following suit. Piccolo lands a powerful kick to Cell Max's neck, followed by Android 18's Ki Blast assault and Gohan's powerful Kamehameha. Cell, however, deflects the attack, landing down below and slamming into the earth, pushing everyone back. When the Gammas rejoin the group, Gamma 1 tells everyone to aim for the top of Cell's head due to it being his weak point. He goes on to explain that Dr. Hedo had it installed in case the android were to go on a rampage, though Gamma 2 warns that once the weak point has been penetrated, it'll cause a devastating explosion, killing Cell and whoever lands the finishing blow. Everyone attempts to attack Cell Max, but have difficulty due to his constant movement. Gamma 1 then concocts a plan to distract the monster, while Gamma 2 blasts him with max power. Gamma 1 distracts Cell, and Gamma 2 gathers enough of his energy, landing a powerful blast from his ray gun at point-blank range, giving Piccolo the opportunity to land an attack at the top of Cell Max's head. However, the Namekian's attack fails to create so much as a dent in Cell. Becoming angered, Cell Max unleashes a barrage of energy lasers that launch in all directions, some of them landing around a frightened Pan, who's rescued by Krillin. Having saved Bulma as well from the resulting explosions, she decides it might be best for her and Pan to leave the battlefield via her aircraft. As Gohan, Piccolo, Gamma 1, and Gamma 2 take cover behind debris, Gamma 2 realizes that a more powerful attack is required to finish Cell Max. When Gamma 1 realizes what his twin plans to do, he offers to join him in the attack, but Gamma 2 refuses and tells him that it's his job to save Dr. Hedo, who's miraculously still alive. When Cell Max punches Gotenks into the distance, Android 18 strikes him hard toward the monster, the fused fighter headbutting the android directly on his weak point, producing some cracks on Cell Max's head. Meanwhile, Gamma 2 plans to sacrifice himself to deliver the final blow, urging Gohan and the others to distract Cell as long as possible while he gathers energy, prepared to attempt a head-on assault. Gamma 2 takes off into the air, and with the cooperation of the rest of the team who attempt to distract Cell Max, the monster is moved closer to position. In space, Gamma 2 powers up to max and darts down toward Earth, Cell nearly destroying 18 before Krillin uses a Destructo Disc to slice his Ki attack in half. As Gamma 2 draws closer toward the others, Krillin urges everyone to close their eyes, unleashing a powerful solar flare that temporarily blinds Cell Max. Everyone rushes away with only moments left to spare, and as Gamma 2 falls in reach of Cell Max's weak point, he's spotted and blocked at the last second. only managing to take off Cell Max's arm. Enraged, Cell Max tries to stomp Gamma 2's lifeless body, but Piccolo intervenes, returning to his orange Piccolo form to halt and hold up Cell Max's foot. Struggling with the weight, the Namekian is aided by Gohan and Krillin, who blast Cell in the face, though they're attacked by the monster's mouth blasts. Gamma 1 swiftly moves in to retrieve Gamma 2 and lead him to safety, as Krillin urges Piccolo to employ his gigantification technique, reminiscent of the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai. Piccolo then grows to an equivalent size of his opponent, throwing Cell Max backwards and using a mouth blast of his own to knock him into the ruins of Red Ribbon HQ. Witnessing Piccolo's giant size, Gohan believes that victory is now a sure thing, but Piccolo tells him that growing in size doesn't actually increase his strength. He hands Gohan the last sensu and reveals that he's thought of a strategy, telling his pupil that he could be the strongest in the world if he were to only put his mind to it. He decides to bet everything on Gohan's power and tells him to show everyone what he's really made of and save the world. However, before Gohan can take the bean, Cell Max blasts Piccolo's arm and the bean is sent flying. Gohan and Piccolo are attacked before they can process what's happening, followed by Krillin and 18 as they were caught in Cell's view. Gohan rises from the debris and chases after the bean, but he's grabbed by Cell and slammed into the ground, knocked back to base form. An injured Gohan sees the bean as it's about to fall into a cavern below and gets up to go after it, but Pan suddenly appears and leaps off the edge after it first. Gohan fears the worst for his daughter, but at that moment, Pan hovers above, having finally learned how to fly. Announcing she caught the sensu, Pan throws it to her father, who eats it, replenishing his health as he transforms back to his ultimate state. Urging his daughter to get to safety, Gohan is met with good luck as he rushes off to rejoin the battle. Gamma 1, Krillin, and 18 observe Piccolo's bout with Cell Max, the Namekian landing some good shots on the monster, but is still hopelessly outmatched. Piccolo manages to throw a blast into Cell's face that deals minor damage, but amidst the smoke, Gohan rushes in, delivering an uppercut to Cell Max that knocks him down, and proceeds to blast him off the building and down into the rubble below. Amidst the lull in the battle, Piccolo urgently huddles everyone up, telling Gohan he'll do everything he can to take Cell Max down, and in that moment, Gohan must unleash every last bit of his power into a blast that will finish the android off. Cell Max then returns, seemingly more powerful and angry than ever before. As Gohan gathers up his ki, Piccolo rushes in to fend off Cell Max for as long as possible. Despite his best efforts, Piccolo continues to be outmatched, Cell unleashing a relentless pummeling on the Namekian that leaves everyone in astonishment. Gohan worries for the safety of his friend, but a bloodied Piccolo urges him to stay back and focus on releasing his energy. Opting to take things up a notch, Piccolo rises to his feet and charges at Cell Max, both fighters dealing a devastating blow to each other's faces. Despite this, Cell regains control and continues to assault Piccolo, Krillin urging Gohan to pick up the pace, or his friend will be killed. Cell continues his assault, each attack more ferocious than the last, prompting an angered Gotenks to rush in, followed by Krillin and 18. Regrettably, the trio is swiftly subdued, with Gamma 1 also lending assistance before being swiftly rendered unconscious. Piccolo takes the brunt of Cell Max's kick head on, utilizing the monster's tail to hit him in the face. However, Cell retaliates with a blast that completely obliterates Piccolo's arm, taking the opportunity to deal more damage to him. Gohan braces himself as he plans to go help his friends, but Piccolo orders him to stay back and refrain from entering the fight until his power surpasses Cell Max's. Cell grabs Piccolo and throws him into the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts on him. The android powers up a devastating attack and launches it toward Piccolo while he's still in midair, Gamma 1 racing to catch up just as the two appear to be caught in the powerful explosion. From below, Gohan witnesses the blast, presumed to be the last man standing, as Cell lets out a mighty roar. Suddenly, something snaps within Gohan, and similar to many years ago, the warrior's power explodes into a raging inferno that covers the majority of Red Ribbon HQ. When the smoke clears, Krillin and 18 regain consciousness to witness the awakening, their ally now in a new state with red eyes and long spiky hair. Cell Max rushes in and strikes Gohan in the stomach, failing to do so much as even budge him as the attack's power explodes behind them. In return, a darker sounding Gohan questions if this is all his enemy can do, responding with a powerful kick on Cell Max's abdomen that sends him hurtling back into the mountainside in the distance. Just then, Piccolo lands on the ground, Gamma 1 lying on his chest, having saved the Namekian from a possibly fatal attack by using his barrier to shield him. The sight of his unconscious friend makes Gohan angry, and when Cell Max emerges again, the latter powers up a deadly final attack as he takes to the skies. This move, containing enough energy to destroy the Earth, is halted by Piccolo, who regains consciousness and uses his extendable arm to ensnare Cell Max. At the same time, Gohan, seeing Piccolo okay, readies himself and charges up a powerful special beam cannon. Panic setting in, Cell Max urgently tries to use his wings to fly away, causing Piccolo some trouble in holding him down. However, one is promptly destroyed through the effort of Gamma 1, and the other from Krillin and Android 18, who combine their Destructo Disc in physical attacks. Cell Max falls as Piccolo wraps his entire body around him, the latter calling out to Gohan to fire his attack immediately. Gohan unleashes his special beam cannon at Cell Max, who in response hurls his own devastating blast, causing the two energy attacks to collide. As they each struggle to overpower the other, Goten and Trunks, having now defused, rush in to kick away Cell Max's hand. This allows Gohan the opportunity to push his attack through Cell Max's, where it proceeds to connect with the outside of his head, thanks to Piccolo's continued intervention. With enough force, the special beam cannon finally drives through Cell's core completely, obliterating it as the beam continues through the vacuum of space. Cell Max, now defeated, is let go by Piccolo as he falls to the ground, both Gohan and his teacher signaling the battle's end. Krillin cheers as the Red Ribbon threat is finally over, but the group is met with Gamma 1's warning that Cell's remains are about to explode. Everyone races to safety as Cell Max's body detonates, causing an explosion that levels the entire Red Ribbon base. When the smoke clears, no one is harmed though, and with the battle finally over, Pen races to hug her father through the resulting smoke and debris, though is initially skeptical of he and Piccolo's new appearance. Reverting to base form, Gohan is met with affection as Piccolo glances at Gamma 1, spotting him and Dr. Hedo holding the hand of a lifeless Gamma 2. Piccolo notes that they never would have defeated Cell Max without the help of the Gammas, to which Gohan questions whether his father or Vegeta would have been able to defeat him either. Piccolo reminds him that this is why he can't allow himself to stay rusty, and questions what that technique was that he used to defeat Cell Max. When Gohan tells him it was the special beam cannon, Piccolo tells him that it was brilliant. Gamma 2 fades away before the eyes of Gamma 1 and Dr. Hedo, the android explaining to Piccolo that his twin used up all his energy in a final sacrificial move. Piccolo praises the efforts of Gamma 2, prompting thanks from Gamma 1 and Dr. Hedo, who note that the group have saved the world. Remorseful, Dr. Hedo admits that he overlooked what was right due to the allure of the Red Ribbon research funds, supported by Android 18, who states he gives androids a bad name. Bulma wonders how Hedo managed to survive the ensuing chaos, but he explains that he's modified his skin to withstand any impacts. Offering himself and Gamma 1 up for the authorities, Dr. Hedo is interrupted when Krillin and Piccolo decide it should be water under the bridge, due to the Gammas being largely responsible for their victory, and Hedo not having evil intent. Hedo then questions Bulma on if he and Gamma 1 could be hired to work at Capsule Corporation, and upon inquiring if Hedo knows anything about beauty treatment, she agrees to his request, hoping that he can develop his skills to make her skin look younger. Piccolo insists that anything's better than using the Dragon Balls for that, and Hedo and Gamma 1 thank Bulma. Pan then shows off her new ability to fly in front of the whole group, much to Piccolo's surprise, who says the next phase of her training will begin tomorrow. Elsewhere, following the death of his boss and the destruction of Cell Max, an injured Carmine along with a handful of Red Ribbon Army members escape the destroyed Red Ribbon base. After being questioned by Soldier 15 on what he plans to do, Carmine voices his intention to return to Red Pharmaceuticals. Meanwhile, on Beerus' planet, after hours of fighting and finally running on fumes, both Goku and Vegeta deal more blows to one another, attempting to finish things with one last clash. Vegeta manages to get a tap in on Goku's chest first, knocking him down as the Saiyan declares his defeat. Vegeta revels in his victory, boasting that he's finally defeated Goku before collapsing from exhaustion. With the match finally over, Chi-Lai witnesses Lemo and Broly crying, having observed such an amazing battle. Opting to repair the damage done to the landscape, Whis goes to find his staff and notices he's received a missed call. On Earth, Gohan and the others head home, the half Saiyan noting that he hadn't realized how much Pan has grown. He goes on to say that he shouldn't be spending so much time with his nose in the books and suggests spending more time with his daughter. Recalling Bulma and questioning her motive for reaching out, Whis inquires if she had something to share about food. She replies with a simple sure before bidding farewell abruptly, leaving Whis perplexed about what was going on. Heading back from Magenta's funeral days later, Carmine and Soldier 15 discuss the future of the Red Ribbon Army. Carmine determines that while they still have their funds in research, there's no point in continuing operations while Gohan and Piccolo, the two they believe responsible for destroying Cell Max and causing the downfall of the army, remain alive. Getting caught up in traffic, they find Saiyaman X1 and Saiyaman X2 making easy work of several bank robbers. After cleaning up the mess caused by the robbers, Carmine, having been impressed by their display of strength, approaches the would-be heroes and offers a chance to speak with them over pizza. At the local pizza parlor, Carmine tells the two that he'd like them to beat up a bad guy and offers them payment in return. The two voice their uncertainty in tackling the mission, not believing it to be very heroic, but Carmine ropes them in using reverse psychology, asserting that the Saiyamen must be afraid to battle a powerful foe. The Saiyamen take the bait and accept the mission to prove themselves, the four taking off to do away with the presumed evildoers. Meanwhile on Beerus' planet, Vegeta and Broly are engaged in a sparring session. Vegeta leaps into the air and kicks Broly in the back of the head, prompting the Saiyan to rise and launch a barrage of Ki Blast at Vegeta. Vegeta remains in control as he kicks Broly to the ground and appears behind him, questioning if he's ready to snap. He gains some distance before Broly, on the offensive, punches Vegeta in the head, drawing blood. The Saiyan Prince is hardly fazed though, grinning as he tells his adversary that anger isn't a bad thing, but Broly's issue is that he loses himself in it. Vegeta then powers up to Super Saiyan and pushes Broly back, advising him not to suppress his rage, but to control it instead. Vegeta charges in and puts Broly on the defensive, though the warrior is still able to hold his own in base form. Vegeta taunts Broly for his inability to wield his power without losing control, while Whis on the sidelines notes that Broly has changed since Goku and Vegeta's first encounter with him. The battle continues between Vegeta and Broly, the latter pushing a Super Saiyan Vegeta back before he vanishes out of sight. Feeling out the area, Broly discovers Vegeta's location, unleashing a barrage of Ki Blast to draw him out. When Vegeta opts for an onward assault, the two clash with one another, Goku on the sidelines impressed with how well Broly's holding his own. Whis comments on how Broly has begun to grow at last, while Vegeta, powering down, points out that Broly may be able to battle without losing himself now, but he's still unable to unleash his true power. Broly questions Vegeta on what he should do, but Vegeta demands him to find the answer himself. After a breather, Chi-Lai comments on how Goku and the others are too relaxed, going on to bring up Frieza in his new and improved form, questioning what they'll do if he shows up unexpectedly. After a moment of silence, Goku states his astonishment at Frieza training as hard as he did to surpass them, and Beerus scoffs at the remark, noting that there will always be someone stronger than Goku. Beerus advises the Saiyan to keep pushing with his training, and states that when he's become stronger than him, he'll nominate Goku for the next god of destruction. The Destroyer then inquires with Whis about the latest world-ending threat that occurred on Earth, with the Angel telling him that Son Gohan and Piccolo defeated a beast known as Cell Max. Beerus had entirely forgotten about Goku having a son, likely due to the unfavorable impression he left in the past. Following that, Vegeta interjects, citing Bulma's information that Gohan might have surpassed both Goku and himself in his most recent battle. Goku expresses regret, wishing he could have witnessed it firsthand, but acknowledges being preoccupied with his fight against Vegeta at the time, a fight in which Vegeta boasts again that Goku lost. Back on Earth, Carmine takes the Saiyamen to Gohan's house, making him out to be the evildoer that needs defeating. Soldier 15 is scared to draw Gohan out, so Carmine does the honors and fires his gun into the Saiyan's house, catching his attention. After recognizing both Carmine and Soldier 15, Gohan angrily transforms back into his new form, believing that they've arrived to kidnap his daughter again. Carmine, Soldier 15, and even Goten and Trunks grow nervous, the boys donning this state for the first time as Gohan's beast form. On Beerus' planet, Goku and Vegeta sense Gohan's power-up, and the Saiyan angrily makes his way toward Carmine. Carmine urges the Saiyamen to eliminate Gohan, but when the latter sees the two, he powers down and demands them to explain what's going on. Suddenly, Goku appears on top of Carmine's car, greeting both of his children and Trunks, saying that it's been too long. Exclaiming Gohan's ki just now was incredible, Goku suggests that they head to Beerus' planet so he can show him his new form. Gohan heads back to the house to put on suitable clothing, while Goku wonders what Goten and Trunks are doing at Gohan's house. Keeping their heroism and initial plan with Carmine a secret, the two note they came to Gohan's to play, and Goku suggests they tag along with them. Still present on the scene, Carmine and Soldier 15 attempt to leave in the car they arrived in. Before they have the chance though, Goten, Trunks, and soon afterwards Gohan enter inside, where Goku uses his instant transmission technique to transport the group to Beerus's planet. Arriving in the middle of a yoga session, everyone turns to see Gohan and the others arrive with Goku. Goten and Trunks are surprised to see Beerus's planet for the first time, while Carmine and Soldier 15 wonder what's going on. Stating that he heard Gohan was amazing on Earth, Goku suggests that he and his son should spar together. Gohan agrees, and when Beerus berates Goku for bringing more uninvited guests, Whis notes that it's okay, as they might actually witness something interesting. Readying themselves, Goku questions if Gohan's new form is similar to Super Saiyan, but his son notes that it's called Beast, a form named by Piccolo. Questioning if Gohan can utilize his Beast form at will, Goku is met with confirmation when Gohan says that Piccolo taught him how to control it. He goes on to say that he finally understands what Goku told him about being ready for a fight anytime. Gohan and Goku discuss Piccolo's new form as well, and when Vegeta questions his son on if he also proved useful in the battle with Cell Max, Trunks hesitantly tells him that he did by using combination moves with Goten. Wanting to see for himself, Vegeta suggests that Goten and Trunks battle Gohan first, and Goku agrees. On the sidelines, Broly questions who the newcomers are, and Whis reveals that they're the children of Goku and Vegeta. As the fight begins, Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan as he fends off attacks from both his brother and Trunks. Initiating their Cyclone-style Tornado Hurricane attack, they charge at Gohan, who effortlessly leaps over them. This prompts the boys to go crashing into the ground, embarrassing Vegeta as Goku notes they make too many unnecessary movements. Gohan advises that they remove their Saiyaman headgear so they can actually see where they're going, and after doing so, they each transform to Super Saiyan themselves. On the sidelines, Broly questions if everyone can turn Super Saiyan at will, prompting confirmation from Whis. Goten and Trunks attack together, this time much more intensely, and causes Gohan to defend himself more seriously. Gohan praises the two, noticing they've been training, and Goten says that heroes have to be strong. Trunks then charges in, locking arms with Gohan, and exclaims that there are people he wants to protect. Tossing the two boys away, Gohan includes himself in that category as well, and transforms into his awakened state. Goten refers to the form as Ultimate and says it's cheating, and though Gohan doesn't find the name very catchy, Trunks suggests he and Goten fuse to try and keep up. Despite having apparently worked hard on perfecting the fusion technique after messing it up last time, the two fuse and fail once again. Nevertheless, they decide to give it a shot as Gotenks charges at Gohan, but he's promptly kicked away. With the winner having been decided, Goku decides to tag in next and transforms into his perfected Ultra Instinct state. Whis confirms with Beerus that this is Goku's strongest technique, and in response to his father's power-up, Gohan transforms into his Beast form at last. This surprises both Goku and Vegeta, with Whis noting that this is indeed an interesting development. The two begin their skirmish with a powerful impact, the resulting collision blowing the car holding Carmine and Soldier 15 away, though Gotenks catches it before they can receive any harm. Gohan and Goku glare at each other with pride, the two vanishing before continuing their battle. On Beerus's command, Whis erects a barrier around the spectators so they can watch without issue. Goku and Gohan begin to kick off their battle and level Beerus's planet with warm-up strikes, the two splitting apart and landing in a cavern they created, as Beerus complains about the resulting damage the two are causing. Goku continues his intense sparring session with Gohan, each using their strongest form available to them. Gohan manages to kick Goku through a hill and forest before he brings himself to a halt, the Saiyan complimenting Gohan's latent potential and applauds him for taking the time to train his new form. However, Goku reveals he'd been holding back a degree with his Ultra Instinct and shows off the results of his own training, appearing behind Gohan and kicking him into the distance. Pursuing his son, Goku smacks Gohan down into the water, evading a kick from him moments after along with a barrage of his attacks. Watching from the sidelines, Vegeta notes that Goku's Ultra Instinct is shifting the battle in his favor, using skill and experience in tandem with the divine technique to easily evade Gohan's assault. After being ferociously kicked away, Gohan praises Goku's use of Ultra Instinct, though he notes his father hasn't seen the full extent of his beast form just yet. Gohan then raises his energy, questioned by Vegeta if he can control it as he takes off toward Goku, faster than anyone expected. Goku manages to evade Gohan's attack just in time, but the Half Saiyan's follow-up attacks push Goku back further. Catching the attention of Beerus and Whis, Gohan's energy continues to build, enabling him to land a powerful punch and kick on Goku that sends him hurtling into the forest on the planet. Vegeta exclaims that the evasion of Ultra Instinct couldn't keep up with Gohan's speed, and Goku emerges from the forest in base form, injured and wondering how Gohan pulled that off. Gohan then reveals his secret behind the use of Beast. Having not found a way to properly utilize the form's full power without risking losing control, he treads his energy on the edge of going berserk to maximize his power and speed. Goku's impressed by Gohan's strategy and re-enters Ultra Instinct, the two continuing their battle as everyone observes. Broly is equally impressed by Gohan's power and fighting capability, noticed by Goku fighting from above. In response, he decides to push Gohan down below, halting their sparring session and reverting to base form. He goes on to tell his son that he'll be able to rest easy knowing the Earth will be safe when he's gone, and questions if Gohan is still able to spar. Confirming he can, Goku notes there's someone else he'd like Gohan to fight, and calls for Broly to step in next. Moving to the sidelines, Vegeta questions if Goku is okay with not settling his duel, but the Saiyan notes he wasn't fighting to see if he could beat Gohan, but just to see how strong he's got. He goes on to say that Broly has earned his high expectations as well, and he and Gohan have something in common. Gohan begins in ultimate form to casually match Broly's base form, before powering up to Beast once again and launching in. Gohan lands a heavy blow that Broly blocks, punched away and overpowered before he's kicked and falls to the ground. Observing Broly and questioning what he'll do now, the latter gears up and unleashes a transformation, surprising everyone with his newly controlled Super Saiyan form. Additionally, Whis also notes Broly's growth thanks to Gohan, though Beerus knows he still doesn't have a handle on his full power as well as Gohan seems to. Whis questions if Gohan is a suitable candidate for the next God of Destruction, but Beerus immediately says no, noting that destruction isn't suited for someone as uptight as Gohan. Gohan's superior form control and power maintains an advantage over Broly, up until Vegeta decides to tag in for Broly as Gohan's next opponent. Gohan wonders why everyone wants to fight him, and Goten and Trunks, having defused, voice their desire to face Broly. The trio rush in as well as Goku, who doesn't want to be left out, join in the group as they initiate their mini battle royale. The entire ordeal turns into an all-out slugfest, completely wrecking Beerus' planet in the process. Following the session, everyone lies winded as Goku notes it feels great to go all out, Gohan chiming in as he hasn't pushed himself that hard in a while. The group enjoy a feast cooked by Lemo as Goku and Vegeta question the identity of the Red Ribbon soldiers, though they give up their plans to eliminate Gohan and give an apology for their previous actions. Afterwards, Whis fixes up the damage to Beerus' planet while Goku and Vegeta decide to finally return home as well. Searching for a powerful key to lock onto, Goku pinpoints Piccolo and teleports the group to his home. The Namekian initially believes Carmine and Soldier 15 are up to no good again, but the two assert they've learned their lesson and take off. Intrigued by Piccolo's newfound strength, Goku suggests a battle with him, but he declines, stating that he needs to pick up Pan from kindergarten with Gohan. When Goku questions who that is, the others are quick to chastise him for forgetting his granddaughter, and Piccolo makes Goku come along to make up for his mistake. Meanwhile, Carmine decides to abandon his plans for resurrecting the Red Ribbon Army once again, realizing that there's no money to be made in taking over the world, and decides to dedicate his efforts to pharmaceutical development. At the kindergarten, Pan finishes up for the day and warmly greets her father before wondering who the man is behind him. After being told that he's her grandfather, Pan tests him by trying to land a kick against him, though it's easily blocked. The two share a smile before flying off home with Gohan, Piccolo waving goodbye to Pan's teacher.
Back in Season 1 of Dragon Ball New Hope, we were given a scenario in which Perfect Cell was able to defeat Gohan. This led to him eliminating all of our heroes one by one, even Baby Trunks. However, as one last insult, he decided to spare Krillin, a mistake that years later would turn around to bite him, as he'd go on to train Goten and the two of them would grow to heights never before seen for them. Well, I'm not going to spoil the ending for those who haven't seen it. Check that story out in the description. But this story covers the question, what would happen in the future timeline if Trunks never returned to defeat the androids in a Perfect Cell? Future Timeline, year 798. More than 30 years have passed since the appearance of Dr. Gero's androids on Earth. The planet's greatest remaining scientist finds herself floating through the depths of space. Not long ago, she would flee from her home with her son never returning from his latest trip to the past. And a new, even more horrible monster emerging as the androids still run loose. She narrates to herself that it might have been like finding a needle in a haystack, but she's finally located New Namek. When it was restored, it was intentionally placed in an obscure part of the universe to help keep it safe from would-be invaders. She then uses voice recognition technology to have one of her devices generate a report on the ship's remaining energy levels. Currently, there's 27% of the fuel left. To reach the new targeted destination, a total of 18% will be required, before finally announcing that it will take 14 days before arrival. Something that sounds perfect to our scientist. At this rate, she'll be there soon. Only 2 weeks left to go. And she'll finally have the chance to save Earth. Again calling out to the AI, named Grief26. Possibly an, albeit depressing play on words with her father, Grief. And maybe a fourth wall break, as May 26 was the date of the Cell games in the other timeline. Either way, she commands full power ahead towards New Namek. But in the same timeline, we jump back to Earth a few years ago. The following is likely the events that caused Bulma to leave the planet. Cell touches down in his imperfect form, noticeably giving the androids a bit of trouble. 18 hisses to know how a stupid roach could be
Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone! You have my thanks.
Flying Nimbus! You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with
What's the
that
big
key.
idea? Give me a freaking break.
That's a new power key. Place it now. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Please, save me! You have my thanks.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now.
Found all the keys. Have to plant them real quick.
careful too,
central
okay?
area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Ooh, Zebra.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Flying Nimbus!
Shoot back here.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
Holy hell. Oh man.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Flying Nimbus! Here comes the pain!
Where's the other side of Dragon Ball, bro?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Flying Nimbus!
Didn't look like he had him.
Holy hell.
You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shenron at the altar.
Kind of risky.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Force Shenron!
Now, state your wish. Consider it done.
You're done! Give me your best shot! Come on, come on, come on!
I know. That's what I'm talking about. Teamwork. GG's. That's right, Piper. Appreciate it. The manga.
The strong. The creature snarls that it seems like they haven't been listening to him. He is Cell, the ultimate warrior created by Dr. Gero's computer. The data instilled into him is clear. By absorbing the two of them, he will be granted his perfect form, and then his power will know no bounds. 17 barks for this dirty bug to shut up. What is he talking about? He himself is the strongest android ever created. His sister backs this up by asking if he thinks they'll simply allow themselves to be absorbed by a freak of nature like him. He's gravely mistaken. Her foe retorts that they should be honored to have the chance to be part of the universe's greatest warrior. But anyway, it's not like he's giving them a choice. He will absorb them both, willingly or not.
That bug got vaporized. What was his name again?
Allow me to remind you. I am Cell.
Able to get a hold of 18, the creature cackles that there's no use in fighting back. She was created merely to help him achieve perfection. Shouting as he swells with power. He's done it. Although it's unlikely the twins would be able to defeat him together, now in his semi-perfect state, 17 alone stands absolutely no chance. Turning to the remaining cyborg, Cell chortles that now it's his turn. Again in the year 798. She quickly finds herself in front of New Namek without incident. The AI calls out that the main objective has been reached. Preparing herself, she tells Grief 26 to initiate landing protocol. The ship plants itself on the soil and announces landing a success. About to set foot on the green world for the first time. Well, more or less the first time in several decades. Bulma figures it's about time. Slowly disembarking and getting a look at her surroundings. Even if it is New Namek, it's identical to the old one. To think it's been over 35 years since their adventures against that freak Frieza. This makes her feel old. But any which way, now she has to locate the Dragon Balls. Using her radar, they appear to be scattered all over the place. She remembers that the Namekians said that each one was guarded by a village, so it's likely they retained that practice since migrating here. Closest one is about 40 kilometers south. She remembers that she needs to be careful when flying over the water. The last thing she needs is to get this far only to be eaten by one of their giant fish. Grabbing a capsule, she opens it to give her a quicker means of travel. She takes off and makes her way to the nearest village. But the question must be asked, why haven't any Namekians already come to greet her? Surely they would have noticed a spaceship landing on their planet after the events from before. Regardless, she finds herself right where she needs to be. And just to address the aforementioned statement, there doesn't appear to be any sign of stress or destruction. A couple locals are spotted below and one is even seen gathering water. Getting a closer look, it appears to be business as usual for the Namekians. In this village, they continue their rituals of gardening, mentoring the youngsters, and someone's even getting a new house. As they finally spot Bulma coming in fast. Though causing a slight panic, she apologizes to barge in like this. She explains that her name is Bulma and she comes from planet Earth. Stepping away from her vehicle, she furthers that she's met a lot of the natives that should still be here. A little more than 35 years ago when Frieza invaded the old Namek. After his explosion, all the Nameks wished back with the Dragon Balls came to stay with her on Earth for a few days. But with little response from anyone, she questions if they remember. But what? She was there when Frieza attacked? Does this mean she's one of his allies? Of course no! Not at all! She just, That's when Mori enters the scene with perfect timing. He assures his children not to be afraid. Bulma is an old friend and doesn't have any ties to Frieza. Quite the opposite, actually. Because of her and her friends, the Namekians were able to survive. Swinging her head around, the Earthling is quick to recognize the Elder. With the situation simmering, he asks her to forgive this inconsiderate welcome. The majority of the inhabitants of this village were not yet born when the other Namekians were on Earth. Her arrival today is no surprise either. Mori's most gifted student sensed a familiar key heading towards Namek. Coming to the surprise of the space traveler, his most gifted student? Who could that be? Regardless, he assures said pupil is going to be happy to see her. A bit confused. The Namekian in question isn't long to make himself known. It's Dende, who bids Bulma a warm hello. In this timeline, he was never taken to Earth by Goku to become the new Guardian. Our heroine recognizes him right away. She can't believe he's here too. She gushes how happy she is to see him. He's grown up so much she would never have recognized him. And as a matter of fact, he's happy to see her as well. And she too has grown quite old. But what the heck is wrong with him? She thought Namekians were supposed to be polite people. Who assures her it was a compliment? On Namek, looking old is considered a sign of wisdom. Offering an awkward apology, Dende moves the conversation along and inquires what brings her here anyway. Exuding a heavy sigh, she hopes he has a little time for this, because it's quite a lot. And unfortunately, she doesn't come here bearing good news. Growing serious, Dende resolves that what she has to say will not be pleasant. He suggests they move this to the Elder's house. A few hours pass as Bulma spares no detail in the events of the last 30-odd years. Everything from Goku's heart virus to the androids, the fall of Earth's defenders, her invention of time travel, which is why her son didn't accompany her on this dangerous journey. And of course the arrival of Cell. Without much to comfort her, Dende can only apologize that she's been through so many terrible things since the Namekians got their new home. Mori adding if only they knew, they would have been able to help. With the obvious solution already in mind, he utters that he'll notify the village chiefs to gather the Dragon Balls. So in record time, now that the task is done, they can summon Purunga.
Papuran, Papurunga, open Apollo!
You have summoned me. Now, speak your wishes. I shall grant you 3, whatever they are.
It having been so long since Shenron was summoned, and never really getting to see much of Purunga up close, Bulma forgot how impressive all this stuff was. The Elder instructs that she can state her wishes in her own native language. Purunga will understand. He's no longer limited to the Namekian dialect. A change that likely shouldn't have been made. For the sake of convenience, it works great in this situation though. Turning to the Almighty Dragon, she states that her first wish is this. Her son Trunks traveled to the past 13 years ago. She wishes for him to be alongside of her on Namek. With a pause, Purunga explains that he cannot grant this wish. It's beyond his power. Trunks died in a different timeline. Only the Dragon Balls from the era he currently belongs to can bring him back. She must state another wish. While the news of her son's passing hits hard, she wants Trunks to know how sorry she is. It was her stupid idea in the first place to send him back to the past. Dende moves forward to comfort her. They still have 3 wishes, so not all is lost. Maybe they can figure something out. who appreciates the kindness, but she's prepared herself for this eventuality. She questions if the dragon still has limits regarding how long a person's been dead and his ability to bring him back. Another thing she needn't worry herself with. Since he's been upgraded, Purunga no longer has any such restriction. Though as eternal beings do, Purunga begins to grow impatient as he growls that she's ready to finally speak her wishes. And with that, she has her first. She would like him to undo something that happened several years ago in the past. Although this information is hidden from the reader. This is a request he can grant. She can consider it done. So just like that, Bulma's first wish was granted by Purunga. Whatever the wish may have been, Earth still lies in ruins. Before a pair of boots thud on the ground, a voice wonders aloud what just happened. He remembers this place. It's where he was before. He's back on Earth. But how? How could this possibly be? Future Gohan has been brought back to life. With the wheels turning to get Trunks' future back to its once peaceful state, the question remains whether Bulma wished everybody back killed by the androids, or for some reason just Gohan. As she has 2 wishes remaining, what else can she do to undo the horrors that have been done? And even if she does, is Cell still lurking around our world, leaving our hero, or heroes, essentially dead in the water once more? After making her first wish, the dragon clarifies exactly what it was. As I think Purunga can't bring back multiple people at once, only Gohan has been brought back to life. Since his body was in a state of advanced decomposition, he's given him the one he had in Otherworld. While this seemingly doesn't tell us much, it alludes to our hero getting to keep his body after falling to the androids. This means it's very possible he's gotten the opportunity to become stronger. We can speculate as much as we want, but Purunga isn't so patient. He demands Bulma now state her second wish. Being as hard-headed as she is, her focus is on those around her rather than the magical serpent floating above. She knows that Gohan must feel so lost right now. It's been 18 years since he died. So one of her next 2 wishes needs for her to be teleported back to Earth. First, she knows she has to choose her next wish carefully because the Earth doesn't have Dragon Balls anymore. Something Mori is sure she needn't worry about. Dende will come back with her. That way, her planet will have a new guardian as well as the Dragon Balls. But is the Grand Elder sure? Don't they need Dende here on New Namek? He reasons that Bulma and her friends saved them all from Frieza. It's the least they can do to express their gratitude towards them all. And being as noble as he is, Dende himself pipes up and admits it'd be a great pleasure to be allowed to become their new guardian. Our scientist doesn't know what to say. She thanks them for how awesome they are. If the Earth can get new Dragon Balls, it'll be a complete game changer. Hollering out to know if Purunga's ready, here's her second wish. Again, what exactly she wishes for is hidden from the reader. He bellows out to the Earthling and it can be done. With Gohan still trying to figure everything out, he wonders how he was brought back to life. The Earth doesn't have Dragon Balls anymore since Piccolo and Kami died. So it must be the Namekian Balls. Why didn't he think of that sooner? Walking around, he tries to gather just how many years have passed since he died. Apparently, he hasn't been keeping track while doing whatever he's been doing. The only thing that makes sense in the moment is to find Trunks and Bulma. Trying to sense him out. Naturally, Trunks is in the afterlife of another timeline, something Gohan has no way of knowing. But the life signals on the planet, he can barely feel anything. It seems like there are only a few Earthlings still alive. Those androids! There's no doubt that those 2 monsters are the ones behind all this disaster and desolation. Facing such dire straits, Trunks and Bulma must have fled the Earth to get help from the Namekians. That must be why he can't sense their energies. However, there is something he does sense. There's an enormous power close to the planet. It's his dad's ki. There's also Piccolo and Vegeta's, and even Frieza's. Well, that's impossible. Piccolo became the Guardian of Hell, so that prevents him from coming back to life. And with the heart virus, Goku shouldn't be able to be wished back either. So what does this mean? Going back to Gohan's comments about Piccolo becoming the Guardian of Hell, this is something that happens in Dragon Ball GT. He chooses to perish with the Earth and basically ends up being Hiffle Batman. But in this story, it can only confirm that there have been things happening with the Z-Fighters off-screen since falling to the androids. What kind of training, if any, have they done? What kind of adventures have they gotten into? Coming back like the cancer he is in this tale, Cell finds himself trekking through space, blowing up planets and other celestial bodies for no reason but to cure his boredom. He scoffs in loathful frustration that this entire solar system is filled with nothing but pathetic civilizations and unworthy warriors, each one more disappointing than the last. Something he hasn't done yet, though. How about he destroy everything that remains in the system once and for all? When he too senses a distant energy, this key, it's impossible. If he's not mistaken, it's coming from Earth. This may be his opportunity to finally have some fun. As he quickly makes his way back, Gohan still has no idea what's going on. All he knows is that he senses a being that contains the same key signatures as his family and friends, who he knows for a fact are still in Otherworld, and now it's speeding towards him. When Bulma and Dende teleport in, running over to our long-lost friend, the trio couldn't be happier to be reunited. As Dende and Gohan haven't seen each other since they were small children, they almost have to reintroduce themselves to be recognized. Bulma stammers with tears in her eyes that she's so happy to see him, then explains that Dende came back with her to take over as guardian. The Saiyan assures his friends that he's happy to see them too. He figured that was the reason he came back to life in the first place, but he never would have imagined that Dende would be coming back with her. But she needs to tell him. What's happened to the Earth? The world is in utter ruins. Was it the androids that exterminated almost all the life here? What's been going on in his absence? Lowering her head. So much has happened over the last couple decades. She really doesn't know where to begin. Gohan assumed as much. Near the planet, he's sensing an incredible key, nearly identical to all of their dead friends, as well as Frieza. He has a bad feeling about this. Does she have any idea who it could be? That's when the Namekian also takes notice of it. He can feel Piccolo and Frieza's energy radiating from it. What an absolutely crushing power! Bulma barks out that it's Cell. It must be that atrocious cockroach. A Cell? Who or what is that? She informs Gohan that he's a monster created by Dr. Gero's computer. He's compromised their friend's cells and DNA. That's why he's sensing those familiar energies. He showed up on Earth about 10 years ago. His goal was to absorb 17 and 18 to obtain his perfect form. Bulma had to leave the Earth because he was hunting humans to consume their life force. This confirms our hero's worst fear. It'll never stop. Another monster from that damn Gero. It wasn't even the androids. It was Cell who wiped out most of humanity. Given Bulma has been off planet since becoming aware of this new threat, she wonders aloud if they think that he managed to absorb the androids. A reality that is very well possible. His power is impressive. With a likely battle approaching, the question then must be asked where Trunks is. Did he not go with her to Namek? If not, where is he? Fighting her emotions. A few years after Gohan died, the scientists finished her time machine. Trunks managed to do a two-way trip to the past and give Goku the medicine he needed, as well as warn everyone about 17 and 18. But on his second trip to help their friends in the past, he just never came back. She asked Purunga to bring him here, but was told that it was impossible because he died in another timeline. This most recent tragedy setting in. All the Saiyan can do is apologize. But optimistic, she still holds out hope that she'll be able to save him. She thinks she might have a way. Detracting from this to return to the situation at hand, Gohan states for now she and Dende should take cover. But why? What's suddenly the matter? Of course not being able to sense energy. So she's enlightened that Cell is speeding towards the Earth as they speak, and fast. But what? Cell is coming back? But maybe it doesn't matter. Unlike Vegeta, he was able to keep his body in Otherworld, per Purunga. So he must have gotten all sorts of stronger while he was there. He can beat Cell for sure, right? Hesitating to answer this. The truth is, he has no idea. It's been a while since he trained with his dad or Piccolo, causing the scientist's blood to run cold. She cries out and pouts that it can't be! Purunga just gave her 30s back! She doesn't want to die already! Revealing her second wish before having the dragon take her back here, which is about as vain as her DBBL wish in the superhero movie. As the pair take off from the soon-to-be battlefield, she screams out to Gohan that she just brought him back to life. He better not die again. Though not choosing the best place to spectate from, Cell's here. Taking in the sight before him. The Biodroid cackles, would you look at that? Seems like he wasn't wrong after all. It really is Gohan. This is quite the surprise. His data tells him that he died fighting the androids a long time ago. Where has he been hiding all these years? Although he likely already knows it in his heart, Dende wants to confirm with Bulma if that is Cell or not. And she believes it is, without a doubt. But his appearance has changed. He's a bit less hideous than before. Does that mean he's obtained his perfect form? Who smirks said he thought Gohan would be a little more talkative. Maybe he's simply too terrified to be up against the perfect being. Moving in. Gohan questions. Perfect, huh? That must mean he managed to absorb androids 17 and 18. Which is indeed what happened. Those two androids are merely tools built to help him attain his perfection. Unexpectedly, Gohan scoffs that he supposes it could be considered a good thing that he's absorbed those two monsters. That means when he gets rid of him, the world will also be rid of all of Jiro's horrors, and it'll know peace again. Initially stunning the villain. This comment only causes him to bellow out with that arrogant laughter we've all become accustomed to. He chortles, "Get rid of me." He has to admit, Gohan here has a great sense of humor. Does he realize how absurd his words sound? The same warrior who is powerless against 17 and 18. Does he really think he can hold his own against him? Perfection incarnate! But then again, the Saiyan's presence here is almost a blessing. Since he got this perfect body, he's barely had the chance to entertain himself. He better try to not disappoint him in this battle.
Oh? So there's the Super Saiyan. It's actually the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Your power multiplied considerably. It seems like you've improved with time. Come now, Gohan! Show me the reach of your strength!
Fight beginning. Dende could barely keep up with him at this speed. Something he didn't need to tell Bulma.
Already on the back foot! You're still way too weak, Gohan!
Smashing Gohan into the ruins of the city. Cell calls for Gohan to show himself. Don't tell him he's already ran out of steam. It's only the beginning and he's just starting to have fun. Calmly emerging. Cell touches down to hear himself talk some more. He commends his opponent for surviving this little warm-up. With this perfect body, no one has been able to last more than a few seconds. Aside from that statement proving how important context is, he's nevertheless happy that Gohan is exceeding his expectations. Thinking, our hero knows he's become very sloppy in his abilities. He's lost the reflexes that are key to being a great warrior. Cell must have only used a fraction of his power just now. The situation could turn sour if he doesn't get his instincts back soon. He's also getting used to this earthly body again. Another world, it was much more durable and drains much slower. Continuing, Cell announces that his foe's presence here finally offers the chance to test his perfect body's full power. He hopes he's ready to be utterly terrified. Now possibly at his max, all of our heroes look on in awe. Saying another thing that doesn't need to be said, Dende clamors that he's never felt such power before. With Bulma inquiring if that means Gohan is. But the truth is, Cell is much stronger. The villain cackles for Gohan to be honored. He's the first to witness his strength in its entirety. Unsure what to say, Cell only hopes his adversary doesn't die too quickly. Kicking Gohan around like a ragdoll. Cell continues to pat himself on the back, commenting that his max power is quite astonishing, isn't it? But not losing his resolve, Gohan taunts that he thought Cell said the warm-up was over. Only annoying him, the monster chirps that even in his pitiful state, the Earthling insists on being arrogant. Pathetic vermin! They'll be sure to give him a slow and painful death. Gohan reveals that he himself made a mistake. He gravely overestimated Cell. Gohan grins as Cell's perfect body is so fragile.
What?
With the tables taking a sudden turn, just what kind of training did Gohan do to obtain this kind of power in only his normal Super Saiyan form? Will this finally be the end of this nightmare of the future timeline? Or is it merely another devious game Cell is playing on our heroes?
Alright, gotta do the match. Should start in 2 minutes.
Where did he go? Right here! Oh, oh.
Showing what his training in Otherworld has resulted in, Cell finds himself in the dirt, only able to witness firsthand the power before him. Standing, we're met with an irony that neither of these iterations would ever know. As we saw in the panels before, Cell has lost the ability to use his left arm, the exact same thing he would do to Gohan in the original story. However, the show of resolve doesn't last long for the villain as he again falls to a knee. Instead of spouting off about some secret trump card, or spitting out a cocky quip of him using only a portion of his strength, the bioandroid curses that this is impossible. How? How could he have such tremendous power? Instead, it's Gohan with a show of confidence. He chirps at his foe if that's his full power. He stands no chance here.
W.
Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. That's a new power key. Place it now.
This girl.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Flying Nimbus!
You just gonna sit there and count the bodies.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Welcome.
Is anyone out there?
Where am I? Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
That's baby
That's
girl.
a new power key. Place it now.
I'll let you out of your misery right now.
Great. You know what to do with that key. Oh, come on! Ah!
Thought I was a goner there.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We collect the Dragon Balls, we might be able to win. Excuse me. I'm the only level 3.
I need help!
Don't worry. I'll take care of the people under Baby's control here. Flying Nimbus!
I don't know what the hell this guy's doing. Is he coming to fight?
An ally needs your help. You don't know what
Trying to get
danger
level 3.
awaits. Think before rushing in. Flying Nimbus! Final Kamehameha! Get up! Get up! Faster!
I tried, man.
Lie down! You intend to rescue them. Watch out for enemies. Flying Nimbus!
Before you die, allow me to
That was
show
some
you
bullshit,
what
man.
fully evolved Tuffle is truly capable of.
I have no sodas, no Dragon Balls, no transfer this match.
I've included some ultra-divine water with the
Like,
supply.
no one's on the time machine, bro.
Verify any abnormalities in
What are
the
these
hive.
guys doing? What this?
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
Revive me, what the fuck are you doing?
The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped.
W teammates, bro. Fucking pussies.
Indicated by a blue light.
it's over.
Shut up!
Coming to a surprise to the both of them, even though it's second nature to the viewer to know that Cell can regenerate. This being Gohan's first encounter with the Fiend, and Cell himself never facing a challenge so great that he needed to even try. He stands in amazement at his own ability, even having to ask himself if he just regenerated. It's like he did so out of mere instinct. The Saiyan comments that Cell seems surprised that he possesses the same ability as Piccolo, so it is true that he's never faced someone who is able to do enough damage to find out. But after that, even more so than before, he's on the verge of exhaustion. He might have 2 arms again, but he's in a far worse position than if he had just kept it broken off. And just like his alternate self from the past, the one who faced a young, enraged Gohan, at least from the original story, Cell felt something for the first time in his existence. Fear. He screams no! How can it be? His data was clear. By obtaining his perfect body, he should have become invincible. No mere mortal anywhere in the universe, let alone this devastated rock, should have a warrior who can come anywhere near his power. Slowly stepping closer to him, Gohan informs that the data Cell has isn't wrong. Gohan did get killed by androids 17 and 18. He had the privilege of keeping his body in the other world. And even if the bioandroid is able to somehow go back in time, say 10 years ago, he still trained alongside of his father as well as Piccolo, neither of which he would last even a second against. Flashing back, the day Gohan died, he was treated to this sight firsthand. Yamcha explained to him that his dad surpassed the Super Saiyan state. He can now use a form that he calls Super Saiyan 2. And for Piccolo, he's been using the full potential of the Namekians that they're all calling Ultimate Namekian, though he himself seemed reluctant to give it a proper name. And just to clarify, if we zoom in, it does not look like this is Orange Piccolo or anything. Krillin tells how they've all made some considerable progress since they died, but those two are simply geniuses. There hasn't been a single day where they haven't trained their hearts out, which is why King Kai doesn't want them on his planet anymore. This latest blow driving the fear all the further into Cell. Gohan may have had to regain his fighting instincts in this battle. Just so he knows, he didn't even have to use his full power against him. What Cell considers this almighty god level of stolen perfection is nothing more than a single step to the Saiyan himself, one that he passed long ago. And now horrified Cell screeches for his adversary to silence himself. He's nothing more than an insect, an insolent pest. He is Cell, the ultimate being of the universe.
Lose against you!
Spectating, even from so far away, Dende and Bulma can see that Cell is now enormous. What happened to him? The former reasons, and senses, that he must have boosted his power. But what? That's bad news for Gohan, isn't it? However, it's quite the opposite. Cell's brute strength reduces his speed. He's no match for Gohan now. Actually, he's all but assured that he won't even touch him. In a strange twist, Cell spats out Android 17. He just threw him up. He's one of the androids who wreaked havoc on Earth, Bulma says to Dende, which explains the power drop. Cell is weaker than ever now, who's still trying to gather himself. Looking down at what just happened. The transformation ensues before he has time to even process what's going on.
No! No!
Now that his enemy has lost so much power, Gohan decides that he's seen enough. The reign of terror brought on by Gero and his abominations is over. The Saiyan vows that he will crush Cell once and for all.
Never!
Beelining it towards space, Gohan shouts after the coward for trying to run away. But the villain's plan is that once he gets off the planet, he'll blow this world to pieces with Gohan on it. A little ill thought given he can still regenerate in the worst case scenario, but he likely has no idea of the extreme extent of that ability in this timeline. Seems it doesn't matter what Cell's planning. Gohan promises he won't get away, and today's the day he's finally the one to die.
I'm almost there!
Once again, unbeknownst to our hero, he would manage to take Cell out with one final Kamehameha. Just a few years later this time around, it's finally over. Well, almost. Given all the chaos and suffering the android caused him, his family, friends, and the people of Earth, Gohan shoots 17 a death stare as he hisses that he could have gone without seeing the android's face again. But this will be the last time. Who stands up to say that he could say the same about him. Though given the situation, he's grateful that he eradicated that monster. But the Saiyan scowls for him to keep his gratitude. He's no better than that creature he just blew into a million pieces. The only reason 17 is still alive is because that monster spit him up and tried to flee. However, the former villain claims to be nothing like Cell. He was born a human here on Earth. He and his sister were forcibly turned into killing machines by that crazy old man. Did Gohan know that? Also, he could exact revenge on Gohan's father. They never asked for such a life. Continuing his sob story, he admits that he felt Gohan's tremendous power from his blasts, punches, and kicks while stuck inside Cell. He won't try anything stupid. He only pleads to be spared. His only wish is to live peacefully on Earth. How dare he try to play the victim now and beg for mercy? Did he or his sister ever give mercy to any of the innocent women or children they massacred, just to entertain themselves? With that power-up, the android notices Gohan's boosted himself up to Super Saiyan 2. Who furthers that he warned 17 before he died, that he would never break humanity's will to live. And now, he will not take any risk concerning Earth's safety. Since he's come back to life, it's his responsibility to protect it. Now on his hands and knees begging to just be given a second chance to prove himself. Gohan barks for him to be silent. He will never forgive him for all the pain that he's caused. Humanity will rebuild itself and finally live in a peaceful world. Somewhere 17 and his sister don't belong. With that, it's really over now. Prompting Dende and Bulma to sprint out from the shadows. Giving the pair a familiar salute, he shouts to them his location with the danger out of the way. Not only is Cell gone, but the androids too. He's done it. Warming tears in her eyes. After all of these years of suffering, they're finally free. She knew that she could count on him. He saved them all. And mentioning a good point, it's only due to Bulma's unwavering determination. This victory is as much on her as it is on him. She was the planet's final hope and worked relentlessly to locate New Namek. Ergo, naturally, their Namekian friends were also instrumental in making this happen. At least in reference to herself. Bulma's glad that he mentioned that. She's not the type to pat herself on the back, but she thinks they can all agree that this time, she did save the Earth. Even the universe. She had total faith in Gohan to take care of the fighting stuff. That's why she resurrected him in particular. Though the Saiyan coyly laughs this off, He has to mention that, speaking of which, he's surprised that she didn't bring back Vegeta. She could have with the Namekian Dragon Balls, right? Why did she ask to look young again instead? Screaming like she does, and given Dende obliviously called her old looking only minutes prior back on Namek, she questions if they have any idea what it's like to grow old. No, they don't. Gohan died at like age 23 and didn't age in Otherworld. And Dende can live for literal centuries without getting a single wrinkle. No way in heck should let Vegeta see her as a 65-year-old grandma. She'd rather die. But of course she thought about him. Although, she knew darn well that he wouldn't be keeping his body in Otherworld. To bring him back was way too risky. He's an idiot. Knowing him, he would have just rushed headfirst against Cell. And for what? Either way, Dende will make them a new set of Dragon Balls, so everything will be reset eventually. News that comes to the surprise of Gohan. He questions Dende how that's possible. Did he bring a set from New Namek or something? Which isn't exactly how it works. What he'll try to do is reactivate the original balls from here on Earth. For that, they'll need the Dragon model statue created by the previous Guardian. Do they have any idea where it might be? And the natural thought is that it must be on Kami's lookout. There isn't anywhere else it could be. First, they need to get there. Bulma only hopes that the lookout wasn't destroyed by the androids or Cell. And she doesn't want to be carried all the way there, so she suggests that they get on her plane. Moments later, with the opportunity just to sit back and relax, Dende was able to heal Gohan from the battle. Thanking him, he mentions that it's also really awesome that he's going to become the new Guardian of Earth, who returns the gratitude. It'll be an honor for him, actually. Although, he can only reactivate the Dragon Balls if the Dragon model still has some magic from the previous Guardian within it. Of course, this is quite the shock to our heroes. Bulma questions what'll happen if there's no more magic left in the Shenron model. Piccolo and Kami died more than 30 years ago. Quelling her concerns, the Namekian assures that she has no need to worry. If that is the case, he'll create new ones. The only caveat is that they will need to wait a full year to make use of them. That's the only way he can make them more powerful than the previous ones. To the great relief of the scientist. What's one more year after waiting 30? Either way, they're going to be getting their friends back really soon. Looking out the window, Gohan requests Bulma to slow the aircraft down a bit. Alarmed at what he's talking about, he says that he wants to get off here. Confused? Is he sure? They're still pretty far away from the lookout, but he's 100% certain. He'll go out the back hatch. As it opens, he happily informs the others that he'll meet him at the lookout in just a little bit, bidding them a short-lived farewell. Dende points out that he seemed to be really focused on something. Does she have any idea what's gotten him so pensive? With tears in her eyes again, it hits Bulma exactly what his intentions are. He's going after what he treasures the most in this world. After disembarking from the aircraft that he, Bulma, and Dende were on, Gohan now finds himself at his own memorial. Well, not just his own, but the gravesite that also contains Grandpa Ox and Goku himself. In the background, we see an old house that we should be relatively familiar with by now. Either way, that wasn't the main thing he left the others to see. Now in front of the house itself. It's been so long since he's been to this place. As he approaches, he knew it. He knows that key. Letting himself in. A shotgun-wielding Chi-Chi commands the thug to stay right where he is. It's been a long time since thieves came near here. The last ones ended up filled with holes. But wait! It's him! It's Gohan! But, Gohan? Her son relaxes his face and admits it really is. He's finally home. Dashing over to him, she sobs that she missed him so much. He expresses that he missed her too. But how is this possible? She buried him herself 18 years ago. Gohan pleads for her forgiveness for abandoning her for so long. He's sorry. She chides for him not to talk such nonsense. All of that doesn't matter anymore. Just like her old self, she's sure that he's starving, who actually wouldn't mind a nice little meal. For the first time in years, Chi-Chi gets to cook her only son his favorite dishes. Also, his clothes are all torn. He should change them. He'll find his old outfits, as well as his father's, in his room. The meal will be ready within an hour. As the young man thanks his mother. The sun sets on this monumental day. Scarfing down dinner, Gohan dictates now that 17 and Cell are dead, the world will finally be able to live in peace. When he arrived back in the living world, he saw his grandfather's name on the family grave. Is it Cell or the cyborgs that caused this? Chi-Chi explains that she heard of Cell on the survivor's radio frequency, but the Mount Paozu area is really isolated. Apart from a few looters, no one has been here. His grandfather passed away a few years ago. Gohan's death hurt him the most. He never really got over it. He would be so proud to know that he was the one who freed everybody from the cyborgs in Cell. Anyway, he's been quite busy for his first day back on Earth. She wants to hear all about his 18 years in the other world. What did he do during all this time? And it would take a long time to explain, but he'll make it short. He spent 8 years training with his dad and Piccolo. Then, thanks to Kaio-sama, he had the chance to study for the next 10 years with some great scientists. And really? Shockingly, not about the studying part, but he was with Goku? How is he doing? He's fine. It won't surprise her to know that he spends most of his time training. Besides that, he misses her very much. He doesn't think a day went by without him talking about her cooking. Who swoons over the thought that even after all this time, her Goku still thinks about her. She supposes that just like Gohan, he hasn't aged in heaven either. Of course, Chi-Chi isn't well versed on the nuances regarding heaven, Hiffle, otherworld, etc. She continues to fawn that he must still be as young and handsome as she remembers, while she herself has become a wrinkled granny. It isn't fair. Looking towards the camera, Gohan chuckles to himself that he thinks it's still a bit too early to tell her about Bulma getting her 30s back via the Namekian Dragon Balls. Arranging the second course, the proud mother is happy to see that he still has the same appetite. As she stated before, she's cooked all of his favorite dishes. He deserves it. Thanking her, Gohan chortles that she really is the best cook in the whole world. When the question is brought up, Chi-Chi says aloud, come to think of it, he never told her what Bulma's last wish was. Suppose he knows to bring Vegeta back to life, right? But, not really. She asked Purunga to give her her 30s back. For the first time in 31 years, the sun rises on a world at peace. Although she knows he has to help the survivors, Chi-Chi wants her son to promise that he will come back soon. She has nothing to worry about. He'll come back as often as possible. Before she humorously scowls for him to not forget to tell Bulma that she needs to find a way to get her younger too. She can't be the only one of the group who stays old. Stuttering a little, he'll tell her, bidding her goodbye for now. Dashing into the horizon. He can sense that the survivors are all so scattered. It'll take time to help them all. He hopes that Dende will be able to give them new Dragon Balls in order to repair all the atrocities committed by the cyborgs in Cell. Speaking of which, he's almost at Korin's tower. Recreating a familiar scene from another timeline. Gohan catches up with his friends, offering a little bit of small talk before hopping to it. Bulma questions how Chi-Chi's doing. Who's well, all thanks to Bulma's efforts that allowed him to return to life. By the way, she would like her to find a way for her to get younger too. Ironically, though not too surprisingly given it is Bulma, she already has an idea, but she'll need a new lab before she can get started. Dende grimaces that in the future, it would be better not to use the Dragon Balls for such wishes. Which, yeah, of course. Right, Bulma? Right, Bulma? Anyway, the new Guardian presents
as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Someone save me! Someone save me!
Flying Nimbus! Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick! That's a new power key. Place it now. Great! You know what to do with that key. That's a new power key. Place it now. Flying Nimbus! Down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
That was close.
I'm putting you out of your misery right now! An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
No.
Flying Nimbus!
Dude. Right now.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
We got 2 bars.
Don't worry, I'll make the pain stop. Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, then you're done.
Fuck, I needed that cube, bro. I was hoping to get a large cube. These guys need to go to the time machine and get the fuck out of D. There's only 3 people saving me. The whole squad's here. Hulk Squad King. Be on a time machine, my guys.
Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Well done, thank you. Oh, well done.
I know he took the one of the Dragon Balls from me.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can. Retreat if you need to. Got it?
I have to wait for my Dragon Chunk to come back. There's nothing I can do.
Oh man.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Oh man.
Before you die,
I'm gonna try to grab the last Dragon Ball.
evolved Tuffle is
See what I
truly
find.
capable of.
We'll get some supplies too. The fuck, man? Why did they do that?
Should purify any abnormalities in the body.
This has been broken for so long, my guy.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Holy hell. Oh man.
Flying Nimbus!
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Down! Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
We have no level 3s on our team, man. It's just me. I'm gonna have to go in last minute.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Copy that!
So close, my guy. What do you mean? You sent the escape time machine. Where are you leaving?
Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
You'll make it a beat.
Baby, my lord.
So sick of these raiders and barriers, my guy. The developers, you suck. You gave all the raiders the same fucking moves, bro. Broly, barrier, Majin Buu, rain down. Majin Buu, rain down with Buhan, regular Buu. Barrier for a Cell. Who else? Both Broly's had barrier. The Gammas, Baby. Like, these guys don't have barriers in real life. Fucking retards, bro. Sick of this game. ever meet the developers in real life, I'm gonna slap them in the face.
Since the model of Shenron. And he must say, this is a rather original design. It's the first time he's seen one of this kind. Bulma's fears were well founded. Before, when she was worried that the model would no longer contain any trace of magic within it. Unfortunately, that appears to be the case. So an immediate reactivation is going to be impossible. Nevertheless, having an intact model of the dragon isn't nothing. Using it, he'll be able to create the original Dragon Balls. Huh? The original Dragon Balls? What does he mean by that? He elaborates that these are also known as the Ancestral Dragon Balls. Their creation was only possible thanks to the magic formula transmitted by the creators to the ancient Namekians during time immemorial. Their powers are described as unequaled in the Namek legends. No great elder has managed to recreate them for thousands of years, but he himself possesses this power, which is why Elder Mori wanted to send him to Earth with her. For it'll take a greater power than even Purunga to restore this planet and its inhabitants. We'll need an entire year to achieve this. Although he frames this like a disappointment, it's actually crazy impressive. It even causes Bulma to spout out that he's the real genius. The scientist announces that she's going to see if Capsule Corp is still standing and get some materials to help the survivors. Gohan excitedly adds that they'll take advantage of this year. They'll gather the survivors and start rebuilding the world. Touching down in the remains of what is possibly West City, Gohan is glad to see that Yajirobe has survived all these years. He understands that it's thanks to him that all these people are still alive. He's a true hero. He explains to Goku's son that it was Korin's last wish. He wanted him to take care of the survivors so humanity could continue. He tried his best. Anyway, Gohan must have become an incredible warrior if he managed to get rid of that butt-munch Cell. Peeking over his shoulder is a middle-aged Mr. Satan. He boasts that he was a great warrior himself in his youth. He should have even participated in the World Championships, but before the arrival of the cyborgs. This brings up a couple things about Mr. Satan. If Goku and Piccolo was the championship bout of the 23rd World Tournament, and the 25th World Tournament of the normal timeline was Android 18 and Mr. Satan, this means either in this timeline, something stopped the 24th Budokai from happening, or something led to Mr. Satan not entering like he normally would have. Further, or Trunks' arrival in the past could have somehow messed all of everything up. It only took a few weeks for our friends to gather all the survivors on Earth. With a bright future on the horizon, the reconstruction of the world could begin. A little more than a year has passed since Gohan's victory over Cell and Android 17. Dende has just reunited everyone at the lookout. He calls out to everybody that he's glad to see them all. It took a little longer than expected to make the original Dragon Balls, but they're finally gonna use them. But something is very different about these balls. Red? Red Dragon Balls? So these are the ancestral variation, the most powerful ones Dende told him about. The truth is, a lot of knowledge has been lost after the Great Cataclysm on ancient Namek. Even if he himself has the gift of creation, his capabilities are limited to one, and only one wish. But one thing is for sure, the power of these balls is immense. Unlike the others, they're not linked to any dragon. It is a power that the Namekians themselves breathe into them. Once finished, this set of Dragon Balls will self-destruct. Only one wish? Meaning Chi-Chi won't be able to see Goku again. He wasn't a victim of the cyborgs or Cell. Speaking of Chi-Chi, Gohan points out that she's looking as fine as ever. She regained her youth thanks to a rejuvenating cream invented by Bulma. Postulating on how they should phrase their wish, Dende asks if it's to bring back the victims of the cyborgs in Cell, isn't it? And if Gohan remembers correctly, 17 said that he killed Dr. Gero himself, causing Chi-Chi to scoff that there's no way they're bringing that crazy man back to life. Can they resurrect only people with a good heart? However, by making this wish, Dende doubts that Vegeta can also be brought back to life, something Chi-Chi forgot about, apologizing to Bulma. Picking his nose, Yajirobe doesn't really see what the problem is, prompting a heated response. Gohan then argues that when Vegeta died, he wasn't the same person as when they fought him on Earth. He doubts resurrection will be a problem. His father told him that before Vegeta arrived at the check-in station, Goku himself tried to negotiate with King Yama to allow him into heaven. However, he refused. But in return, he did agree not to send him to hell and also not allow his soul to be purged or reincarnated. Therefore, he cannot legally be considered evil. He knows the subject well. He studied the laws of heaven and hell during his time dead, solving the issue rather quickly. Sounds like Bulma Slampiece has more or less simply been in a dormant state or suspended animation these last few decades. Likely, Goku foresaw this day and wanted to give his rival a fighting chance to reclaim his old life. Now, Dende will get started. He warns everyone to back off just a bit. Udvavi Peroko Niza, Umruko Izase Nifi Hanefa. Summoning a dragon that looks an awful lot like Ultimate Shenron, the one who appears from the Black Star Dragon Balls in GT. Let's just hope this resemblance is only a coincidence. The dragon saying his dragon things. The time has come. After over 30 years of horror, in just under 2 years since the series began airing on this channel, he informs the Serpent of his wish. He wants him to bring back all the victims of the cyborgs in Cell. Please only resurrect the good people.
Alpha Virumi Hanadi Vach, Nise Pogizivi, Elfein Dabse, Dabmi Badnono, Dafyesh, Ruvitaru Dabsivipo.
Unable to understand what's being said, Gohan makes sure everything's okay. Is he able to grant the wish? And yes, their wish has been granted. As such, the Great Dragon announces that he will now withdraw from the summoning, offering the group farewell. Just as stated previously, sure enough, the balls really did explode. Yajirobe trembles, that red dragon was truly scary. But the question remains, did it really work? Given their expressions, Gohan and Dende seem to have very little doubt. Feeling billions of energy signatures appear suddenly throughout the planet. People who have been dead for over 30 years wake up with their bodies restored. Many wondering if this, or their previous memory of being killed, could all be a dream. Others raise their hands in excitement. How could this be possible? Even Videl. She still remembers the sounds of sirens. The cyborgs attacked and a huge explosion followed. Some people can't believe they've been given a second chance. Others a third, or at least practically a third. One in particular could have hoped to stand up to this threat in a different timeline. But with no Majin Buu, that means there's no reincarnation of Majin Buu. Then there are so many other familiar faces we've come to know over the years, including those who are a bit perverted, but still fight for peace. Of course, we also have the Z-Fighters we grew up with. Yamcha excitedly calls out that King Kai told him that Bulma had resurrected Gohan, but he was far from imagining that it would also be possible for them. But someone is escaping the senses of Tien. Piccolo doesn't seem to be here. Krillin doesn't find this surprising. His role as Guardian of Hell is way too important to allow him to return to life. Meaning whether in this timeline or in GT, Piccolo seems to have been destined to return as Guardian. But what does that mean for Kami? Did they still fuse? Or has the previous Guardian of Earth also been assigned a new role in Otherworld? Tien then notes that the whole of humanity has also seemed to come back to life. Do the Dragon Balls from Namek really possess such power? Even Yamcha can't remember him being this powerful in the past. Any way you look at it, what he does know is that he can feel their friends key at the lookout. He'll learn more by going there. Something that's hard to argue with. On the way there, the Wolf Warrior looks over to Krillin to question if he feels that too. And of course he does. In that case, they ought to make a little detour first, snatching up some turtle jerky. The gang informs Roshi of the little they know. Seems like their old master didn't get to keep his body upon his own death, but they tell him that it was Gohan who returned peace to the earth. Grubby Oolong too. Just thinking about this horrible cell gives him chills, prompting Chaozu to exclaim that King Kai said Gohan took him and 17 out with ease. Detracting, Roshi inquires if they're gonna be there soon. He's really gotta use the bathroom. Gohan points out that the others are coming. Following an emotional reunion, Bulma thinks she's detailed everything that's happened. Yamcha can only apologize. So many terrible things have happened in their absence. But thanks to her, everyone is back. Kinda makes up for the whole dumping him for Vegeta thing. Speaking of whom, she points out that he didn't come with them. Is that because he didn't get brought back? Though Krillin quells her worries, Vegeta got brought back just the same as most anyone. He even thinks he should be here soon. And, really? But what is he doing? Where is he?
Damn androids! Where are you? I'm going to kill you!
Zipping around the planet, feverishly trying to find 17 and 18. Surely the Earthlings must know what's going on. And they're all in the same place. Chuckling at his own prediction, Krillin points out the direction his key is arriving from. See? I told you. As he lands, Bulma is elated to see him. Even the others appear at least a little joyful. However, the prince is just his same old self. He yells to know what's going on. Where are the androids? He demands answers now. Causing the mother of his baby boy to pout that he just got resurrected. And his only concern are those androids? He could have at least given her a little bit of attention. But she can stop with her nonsense and answer him. She goes into depth how if he would have just gotten here with everyone instead of trying to hunt down those androids, she wouldn't have to repeat herself.